I am sure sports. You know me there, I'm coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get the sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know no game play, that me not say it. If me never seen a game, me not know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the day done, you are gonna love over here so.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crap of players. We are good enough. Remember, like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment, let me know what your thoughts are.
Trick Jerk Marinade gives your meats and vegetables authentic Jamaican jerk flavor. The spices are directly from Jamaica. Spices like jerk seasoning, allspice, Scotch bonnet pepper, fresh scallions, thyme, ginger, and garlic. The key ingredients to a great jerk marinade. 0% sugar and low in sodium. You want to try it?
Made up of 18 Jamaican herbs and spices. Add delicious, bold flavor to your next grilling experience. Flavoring sauce, a marinade, basting, condiment, or topping. Trick Nick Jerk Barbecue Sauce.
All right. Good afternoon. I know some of you missed the early start to the show, but had some other issues that we had to deal with. Had to recover. Had a very long day yesterday. But welcome to the show. All right. Welcome to the show. It is so good to be here with you. I am Manning's Man, and this is I Am Sure Sports. First, I want to stop and give thanks for life this morning. You understand me? I do that every time I have a show because I understand the importance of the breath that is in my lung. You understand me? And that it is the Most High God who has created all of us. It is in Him we live and we move and we have our beings. And so I am forever grateful for the life that we have, the life that we celebrate. I also want to share a quote from you. A couple of things I want to share with you. And these quotes are about common sense. This one says, it's 1,000 times better to have common sense without education than to have education without common sense. I'm going to say that again. It is 1,000 times better to have common sense without education than to have education without common sense. Also, right? Common sense is not a gift. It's a punishment because you have to deal with everyone who doesn't have it. Finally, common sense is the most fairly distributed thing in the world. For each one thinks he is well endowed with it. That even those who are hardest to satisfy in all other matters are not in the habit of desiring more of it than they already have. Common sense is important. You can be educated without common sense. It is better to have common sense than to have the best education without common sense. Today, I want to speak about a couple of things. I'm going to speak about the under-17, and I'm going to speak about, I don't know if the video is still going on, but I heard bits and pieces of one of my fellow social media YouTuber vloggers about what has been said or what has been heard about the coach and the selection of players. And I'm going to refute some of those allegations and give clarity to it. So I don't know if the program has ended, and I want people to get this right. This is MG, and MG and I, we have a very good relationship. When we are at games, we communicate, we talk off the platform, but some of the utterances, not from him per se, but one particular person who called in, and I'm sending this person this video as well. His name is Maxwell. We call him the leader. Some people call him the leaker. He shared some comments on the show that I am also going to refute and bring clarity to. Coach Hallgrimsson has operated in the highest level of integrity and will continue to do so from the beginning of his time, the 4th of January, up to this point. And we will continue to see that. So I'm not doing this in his defense. I'm doing this for the purpose of bringing clarity, to help people to understand that sometimes some things are better not said, because they create more division and hostility than anything else. So management is going to address this in a very upfront and forthwith way. I'm going to give you some details about the under 17 and what we must do going forward. All right? So stay tuned. But before I get into the video, I want to say a big happy birthday to one of the subscribers of I Am Sure Sports. He's out there in Florida right now. You know him as Dirk. Big up Dirk, wherever you are, my brother. Dirk Brown, man from Manning School down there in Westmoreland. Very instrumental to all things football at Manning's. You understand me? So I have to stop. I have to big up. I have to big up Dirk on his birthday. Happy Earth Strong. Big man. Stay good. Stay well. Stay strong. You understand me? And I wish you lots more birthdays. Alright? Have a next important thing to do. And then once I've done that, I will get you. Big up to all the persons in the comment section. Thank you, as usual, for tuning in. Alright? And being a part of the show. Alright? Really appreciate you. Really appreciate you being a part. And our subscribers are growing. We ask you to continue to introduce and invite people to the platform so they can subscribe too. Right? Do that. Right? I would certainly be glad. King Lee, B. Douglas, South Croy, RR, all the other persons, big up. King Lee, we're going to talk some JPL, man. Jeremiah, I like that name. Butters says JFF out. Jason, right? Big up Jason, cutting his lawn. All who don't have lawn, you know how it goes. If you don't have a lawn, 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 somebody, if you don't have a lawn, I mean, I tell you, if you don't have a lawn, who can cut lawn? No have no yard, you know. Yeah, big up Ishmael King, you don't know. Kingston 8, Whitehall Avenue, Boone and Gully. You understand me? Right there, so. A few place. Alright? A few place. Lots and lots of respect. You understand me? They say they understand me from the whole of Big Yard, the whole of Cassava Piece, Hungry Town, Glen Drive, Common Sense, Ranch 12, Plum Lane. You understand me? The whole of everywhere. You understand me? You understand me? Park Lane, 100. You understand me? You don't know. everybody, Nazareth people, you don't know. Big up on yourself. Manningsville Road, straight, Grand Spen. All up, Kingston 8, up and running. You understand me? Lots of love man receive up at them place now. Them used to call me Beanie man, you know, or Beanie, you know. You understand me? People them take care of me, you know, people. No matter what time of night, you know, we could traverse the street and people say the ball of that. Big up from police to citizens, everybody. You understand me? Yeah, man. Big up all the ball of them, man. We used to go down when them time the place peaceful, you know. Whitehall and Common Sense ball play down a common on the league, on the ground. Yeah, everybody know that. The whole of Redhills Road don't know that, man. When you have Black Ants Lane and the whole of the lane, them, man. Park Lane, 100, man, them, man. Festival Road, everybody come out, man. Dunmere, man. Everybody come out and play ball. But we get back the place to them. I want to talk about people. Them time the thing did nice. Cassava piece would go down, then we'd go up a Temple all up at them place, go play ball and play for your long lane. Big up, man. Temple Hall, Lawrence Tavern, Stone Hill, the whole of them places. Whole heap of ball in a man. Richard Stephen, bless up yourself, you know, because you used to run a league down at the West Indian pot a goal in a man. Yeah, man. And Ackerman, man, a Aki walk. You understand me? All right. Big up yourself. Hey, Patrick, football is life. Patrick Reed. Oh, bless up yourself. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. John Powell. Bless up, man. Yeah, man. Belvedere, yeah, man. Up a place named Mosquito Valley, you know, brother. Me used to go up at them places, go play ball up a Mosquito Valley, you know. Them used to have a brother named BB from Cassava Piece, right there at the bridge. The man they used to come pick me up, you know. As soon as church finished, the man they at the church door and say, yo, we are going to play a match. I say, how much you know pay? Carter League, yo. Hey, people, young ballers, don't be like Mannings, man. Don't try to hustle football. You mean let me know, Crystal? I want to sound cry. So let me tell you that. AQ, Constant Springer Wolmer's up. Yo, I thought about that. All right, but bless up to every person in the stream. But let's get down to some serious business, people. Number one, cause like me said, me have something. It's a leader. I'm a one leader. Listen to this. Me I make sure him get the stream, you know. I have to make sure leader get it because leader said some things this morning that me have to go challenge. You understand me? And me players I talk about them that get called. So me go break it down for around the people and tell them what really happened. Alright? Me go give them everything. Because I don't want the coach name for 2-2. Yeah, a good thing going on, make a focus on that. But the under 17, I don't know if you realize that there is a new coaching thing that going on in Jamaica where they are trying to qualify the coaches. So prior to this, you had like level 1, level 2. That was started from, I think Rene Simoe started the whole coaching improvement thing in Jamaica. At the same time, people, make sure, hold on there, make sure you hit the like button, you know, people. We have to do that. Hit the like button, please. Hit the like button, right? Hit the like button, people. Don't do that to the thing, man. Come on. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Quick and fast. Hit the like button, people. Yeah, thank you. There you go. Hit the like button. And not only that, make sure that you subscribe to I Am Sure Sports right now. Alright? You hit the like? You subscribe? We can move on? Alright, so let's move on. Alright? And you subscribe. So we can move on. Not a problem. So, Rene Simoe started this thing some time ago where coaches were doing what you call the level 1 and the level 2 qualification. So many coaches had level 1, some had level 2, and that would like really get you to coach at almost every level. All right, very good thing, and that has been improved. And I must say that I like the steps of constantly qualifying and improving our coaches right across Jamaica. All right, I think that is the right step. In every professional organization, you have to be able, watch this, you have to be able to have the best qualified people, and people must get the requisite qualification. Now, I know that there are many people who are good coaches, but you still need to be qualified. There are some people who can do some things to make you get better. It don't mean they can practice being doctors, because you have to go to school and get qualified. A lot of youths can drive vehicle, but you need a license to operate. You have to get a driver's license. It don't mean you cannot drive, but to operate within the confines of the construct of the society, you must have a license. So I agree with the licensing of coaches that they must get their requisite qualification, the D, the C, the B, and the A. And I would say that even go outside of Jamaica, improve yourself. Every time there's a course that you can afford to attend, pay money, listen, invest to request. Let me say it again. Invest money in your craft so you can request money for your craft. Let me say it again. Invest money in your craft so you can request money for your craft. Invest. So you invest in yourself. You go away, you go to the USA, you go to Europe, you go across the world. You invest in yourself. Self-development requires self-discipline. You discipline yourself, you invest in yourself, and when you invest in yourself, you can make demands. In other words, people don't tell you what they're going to pay you. You tell people what you value in terms of your output and your work and your qualifications. You control that. So I'm all for the licensing of coaches. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You have to invest to request. If you're not investing in yourself, you can't come request. I learned this from a very good friend of mine. His name is Tommy Cowan. And I remember that there was a gospel DJ called DJ Nicholas. DJ Nicholas, right, came on the scene, and he, remember, those times I used to, when a lot of the secular artists like the Papas and the Stitchy and the Carlin Davis and the Junior Tucker were getting saved, and we're up and down keeping this thing called gospel tune right across Jamaica in the entertainment thing, and they used to have an oldest part with like Ken Booth, all of these things, and Heineken used to be a part of it. And I remember there was a conversation between Tommy Cowan and DJ Nicholas. Very, very, very crucial that I made this point, where, he was saying that, boy, he's looking somebody to manage him. And the first thing Tommy Cowan asked him is that, what do you have that I can manage? And he says, yeah, man, I am a DJ, a gospel DJ. So he said, what you have? And he never had a track. You know what DJ Nicholas had to do? He had to go and do something and track and bring it back. The point I'm making is that if you don't invest in you, you can't make requests of nobody. That is why a footballer must practice his craft. Invest time, invest training, invest hard work, and so that he can make requests of his agent, requests of his team, requests of his manager. There you go. You have to invest to request. All right? So I'm all for the licensing of things. No, man, you had the Heineken Star Time and the gospel thing that came together, Duckland. So you understand, they used to go all across Jamaica. It wasn't Heineken sponsoring gospel, but there was a gospel part at the concert. You understand? Anyways, moving right along. So big up Unseen, again, big up Dre Anyweather, Duckland, and all the other persons who have joined. So let's move on. So we had an under-17 tournament that was just completed. We got knocked out by, incidentally, watch this, we got knocked out trying not to finish third, because if we had won that group, we would have gone and played Puerto Rico. Though Puerto Rico defeated Costa Rica, who Jamaica, if it had not been for bad officiating, we could have won that game. Alright, so let's come down to it. There are 6 coaches in Jamaica who have completed the A license course. There are others who have done it, but they have not. There's a next part of the process that is still yet to be completed by them. Think Donovan Dukie and Lee Craft Letman and a couple of others are a part of that group. But in terms of coaches that have completed it, you have Peart, who was on this trip, Downswell, who was on this trip, Lamar Morgan, who was on this trip, Vassal Reynolds, who was on this trip, and Meron Garden, who was on this trip. This don't argue well for the A license. So we have 5 A licensed coach who traveled with our under 17 team. These coaches, based on qualification, are supposed to be the highest qualified coaches, not the most successful, but the highest qualified coaches in Jamaica. And the performances by the team, you notice I said performances, from game 1 to game 4 was underwhelming. Well, if he has the B, he did the A, Brian. Yeah, man, I said that. Oh, yeah, right? So, here is what? A couple of things I want to say. And this, I said it in the thumbnail, in the description of this video. I believe these guys, because Andrew Peart is a teacher, Meron Garden is a teacher, Vassal Reynolds is a teacher, Wendell Downswell is also a teacher. They're all teachers first, not coaches. They coach secondarily. All right? So, my summation of the whole matter is simply this. Big up military gonna, because I soon touch your thing, Big up brain drain, Brian Martin. All right? So, that is why. Yeah, man. Oh, you don't think he did? All right. Well, what I heard yesterday is that he has. That's Lamar. So if he doesn't, that's fine. But that's what I was told. If you say otherwise, I can take that back. Right? So, I believe these guys can teach people how to coach. But they can't coach people how to play. Let me say it again. I believe these guys can teach people how to coach, but they can't coach people how to play. Let me say it again. Didn't do the A, fine. So you don't have the A. So 1 don't have the A. So 4 have A, 1 have B. All right? Physical trainer. All right, cool. Not a problem. Let me say it again. I believe they can teach people how to coach, but they struggle with coaching people how to play. Not everyone who have the requisite license is qualified to coach at a certain level. And while I believe people must have the requisite license, Peart has taught before Lagos. He may not be. Hey, listen, man. Hey, listen. Hey, people. Brian. Nobody mention. Nobody challenge. The man did a coach, man. Don't tell me say the man not coach, man. Don't tell me say the man not coach, man. Hey, man. Hey, Brian. Nobody do me that, man. Whether I want travel as team manager, him not go with the team, brother. You never see him give a talk to the people, them. Hey, man. Hey, man. I'm on the man in Brian, man. Nobody come out here like I try to defend nobody, man. Nobody do that. Brian, man. After Mullines played so good yesterday, you come here again. Botheration, man. Nobody with that, but. All right. So. See, somebody else has said something. This is why I don't want to go down. I said, Brian, what I'm saying, may have evidence. I have evidence of instructions that were given by the people there in the capacity of coaching. Duckland makes a very, very good point. So I'm not beating them. They are like Ralph Ragnick at Manchester. Very good at helping people to coach the game, but not the best at coaching people to play the game. Let me address. This one says, let me address something that likely nobody has done. Go check the statistics for each player, for each game, and their completed passes, turnover, and percentages. The coaches likely haven't checked that. AQ, call in, man. Call in the number of AQ, man, and share that, man. Share it with the people. Thank you. Yes, man, you are correct. He was the second assistant. Yeah? I don't... Listen, you see when the cookie crumble? Brian, everybody go and pull themselves away. I know me. It wasn't me. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I am telling you, Brian, respectfully. You know me, I trouble still. But respectfully, they are part of it. I will say to you, like Lamar don't stand on sideline and give instructions. But the point is, all of these guys are some of the highest qualified people who went. And these people went, and this is the output. Something is not right. And what is not right? All right? Again, these people probably need to stick to the school. Stick to the GFF coaching school and let others do the coaching. There are no excuses. Not the amount of time they got, no travel arrangement, no lack of resources for how the team played. There is absolutely no excuse that Jamaica had the lowest passing accuracy of all teams in the competition. No, there is no excuse that in the last game we played, at no point as a team, Jamaica made 10 consecutive passes. No excuse. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. Absolutely no excuse. Even if the teams are a million times better than you, you must be able to make 10 consecutive passes with that amount of what you call international coaches over there. Hold on, I have a call coming in. I not to finish my little, I tried to finish my thing before, but let me just. Hold on, I tried to connect. A call came in, people. Let me see if I can take this call. Hold on. Hello, caller.
My man is on T-Got here.
Hey, T-Got. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Send me the link, man, because I like how you start, but send me the link, man. Send me the link.
All right. Come in. I'll go and send you the link. Yeah. All right. There is absolutely no excuses that let's remove the physical trainer. That 4 of the persons on this trip are the leaders at the coaching school. The next team, my friends in Trinidad and Tobago, I am coming to you now. These courses are taught by the technical director for football in Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica, in terms of passing and controlling the game, were 2 of the worst teams in the competition. How could this be that other Caribbean nations look better than these 2 who sent their A-licensed coaches? No, I have seen coaches. I saw Himir Hallgrimsson spend less time with our senior team against Argentina, and they look better. I've seen Lorne Donaldson, Vin Blaine had less time with our female teams, and they look better. There is no way. Listen, I'm not saying that we should qualify now, because qualification is not a guarantee for any team. I'm not saying that we had to qualify. I'm not saying that we even had to win a game. I am saying that we had to play better than how we played. And for that, there is absolutely no excuse. None whatsoever. We didn't look like a nation who plays football in at least 2 halves of 2 of the 4 games that we played. We played 4 games, and there were 8 halves, or 8 halves, right? That's it, go. Yeah. 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, man is man, right, man. 8. And 2 of those, like, the output was 0. 2 of those, the output was 50. And 2 of those, the output was 60. And 2 of those, the output was 61. 0, 50, 60, 61. Jamaica at no point looked like a team playing at 80% or 70%. That is down to underground coaching. Now we can quarrel about the time, you know, and we can get to that. We will get to that, about how long the teams need to be in preparation mode. Right? We can get to that. And those are valid points. And I will say to the coaches, yes, you needed more time. But listen, based on what the team did, I am not convinced that if they had more time, the team would have looked any different. Because what I saw was a specific style of play that didn't have to be that way in the time that they had. Let me say it again. They had a specific style of play, and it didn't have to be that way. Whatever style of play you came up with for these games, you could have played a different style. It may not have changed the final outcome, because we could have still been eliminated. But here is what. I look and say, listen, the team played some good football. It is very unfortunate that we come out of a tournament, and the one thing all Jamaicans will agree on is that the team scored some good individual goals. For there's nothing else to come away with. The only thing that we the fans can say is that the team scored some good individual goals. There was one good team goal that Bell scored. The rest of goals were free kicks and individual attack shots from outside. So let me tell you, do the coaches need more time? Absolutely. But here is the thing. You see, the time that you have, you don't have to look terrible. I'm going to give you an example. Leeds sacked a manager, and a new manager came in, and they beat Manchester. Everton sacked a manager, and a new manager came in, and they beat Arsenal. You can still maximize the time you have Even if you don't win, for God's sake, man. Look like Jamaicans play football. If it were not for the individual brilliance of the players, brilliant free kick by Xavier Anderson, brilliant free kick by Barrett. If it weren't for some of these brilliant shot by Barrett, if it wasn't for some of these things, we would not score any goal. Check the goals Jamaica scored. Check them. Corner kick, set play. Free kick. Check them. Gooden. Xavier Gooden. Thank you, Brian. Big up Stickman. The Jamaica team the female team went to Australia. Looked very ordinary in the first game. Second game, they look better. With new players, with limited time. All I'm saying is that even if we never won, we could have looked better. AQ, you need to call, you know. What's going on, man? AQ, you need to call. People, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? Tell me, you know, because you see, if I'm wrong, people, if you say management, you're wrong on this, I will, believe me, people, I will honestly, I will humbly retract what I'm saying. Again, these are the top coaches by qualification in Jamaica. The only one that I know of that has a license that was not there is Rudolph Speed. Mr. Speed, let me tell you, you need to show us something that your A license can do outside of JPL. We want to see what the A license can do outside of JPL, Because if people are encouraged to get the A license, and when they have the A license, the team look the way they look, people are going to question the necessity of paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to get an A license. Say that top of the management, fundamentally, some of the boys are behind, struggle to head the ball and complete open or simple pass. All right, so one thing I'll tell you is of this I'm sure. I had question marks. Who selected the team when Coach Whitmore was the head coach? Well, and we have a call coming in. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports.
Yeah, man. Hi. Good afternoon, man.
Good afternoon,
yeah,
leader.
Yes.
AKA the leaker.
Anyway, I just have a point I wanted to have home with something that you mentioned about people paying the money to the A license. Yes, I think the majority of the people that did the A license were there. But I had also mentioned the only person who was there was Mr. Steve. Look at it this way. It's not everybody that goes and try to be a doctor and go to the internship actually makes it. Everybody probably does the same training and so on, but it's not everybody is able to put it out there. I say this, I'm going to ask you a question. Tell me something. Did you watch Mr. Steve, the whole need to put his team together 4 or 5 years ago when they played in Premier League?
I didn't hear that.
Do you remember how Mr. Steve's team usually played about 4 or 5 years ago? 5 years ago.
Usually play?
Yeah, so yes, how they look.
Yeah, man.
Okay, that basically was great. I was one of the biggest critics of Mr. Speed and telling him, look here, the senior team, my junior team, who look better than the senior team. I couldn't watch those matches. What I can say, since he has done that A license, I am one of those. I normally put up on my status saying, the best coach I've seen has been David Hood, right? But since Mr. Speed has done that A license, I see where he has seen. And I tell him, face to face, that, okay, you finally regrade into my book. My book is high. And the only one coach usually pick up was David Hood. And you finally reach it there since you have done the night. And you have actually learned. That's the way you learn. And that's the whole the team is playing better. Okay, it's basically the same, a lot of the same similar players at youth level that have come up. And yeah, they're looking way better. So what I say to say that is that everybody that do the analyzer can put what they learn into practice. You understand? It's that everybody can do it. Okay?
Okay, leader.
Yeah.
Me have a beating for you still, but me not reach the part yet, because I have someone who was there watching the team, who going to call and speak to us. Me have a beating for you, leader.
What, the team down there?
No, man. I have someone who was there that I need to call back.
I got a call yesterday. And I was shocked when the gentleman called me and he told me, say, that the first person at Jamaican call after the team, got knocked out. I had a heart-to-heart talk with him. And after he told me certain things, me myself usually go for the belt in my answer and ear. And I stop on when he told me certain things. I can't discuss it on ear. Because I'm sure I'm saying one week to them talk to the media. So, there are a lot more things. As I said, I'm not going to excuse him.
Hey, leader, no worry yourself, man. I'll call you back, because...
No, you can call me back,
leader, and a belt buckle me a give you, and some conk me a go give you your head, because me hear you this morning, leader. Hold on, leader, I'm not ready for you yet, leader. Wait until the second half. First half this.
What you ready for me?
Leader, first half this, leader. We just knock the ball around. We are possess it. We are wear down we opponent. You see when the second half, leader.
I think I have scored something and you to make
leader, are you the first person? We are run out, pan. So give me some time. I soon call him. Let me call. All right. Yeah. All right. That is the leader. I soon get to leader because I'm a leader this morning. You see the second part. Hallgrimsson selecting the right domestic player, and there's a reason why that is there. All right. Let me call back. This is my old mayor and brethren, former Constant Spring player. These people travel and watch Jamaica every year. Sir AQ.
Yes.
Talk to me about the under 17 from the eyes in Guatemala.
Yes. Yes. Think we didn't change that.
We didn't hear that. You broke up a while ago. Hold on, you broke up for a minute or so. So let's start over, please.
It's how we play is super slow.
It looked like you're still in the hills in Guatemala, man. The phone is breaking up. The only thing we're hearing is that how we play is super slow. That's all we heard so far. I think we're reconnecting. Keep on reconnecting AQ. So you have to start from the beginning. I hope you find a good spot and you can talk to us. Go ahead.
I don't.
AQ. Hello? Hello? We're not getting through.
No, let me hang up on call.
Yeah, hang up on call.
I'll actually hear that.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to hear from him. So, people, on that team, so, brethren, no, man, they will be here and them run out by you in a brethren. Man, they will be here and them run out on you, you know. All right, so, but he was there. These are fans, right? That everywhere Jamaica is playing, in North and Central America and in the Caribbean, they attend. They leave from the States as fans and follow the team. All right? I'm telling you, girls, boys, juniors, seniors, whatever, they follow. All right, AQ, go ahead. We're hearing you.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you.
Everything good now? All right. Yes. I was saying, even compare teams, first of all, the Latin American countries, they all play better football. Haiti.
He's supposed to be their creative player. They played him in the middle of the field. When you look at it, he had 20 touches, man. 20 touches. When you look at his completion rate, they are the highest completion rate in the competition. I've checked.
This is some good information. He's talking about the Haiti team have the highest pass completion rate. I think
the Mexican.
Yeah. But AQ, can I call you? If I call you straight, AQ, if I call you straight, would it work? Because this is you're giving us some good information. You're giving us some good information, but it is breaking up terribly. So can I call you straight?
But we have to play and put the passes together. Or what would it?
Yeah, let's see, he's probably going to call back, but it is not, we're not hearing so clearly. We also have T-Gat who was not, yes, T-Gat, welcome to the show.
Hold on it. I get the seat. Lock off the can. Yeah.
Yeah, man, we're hearing you. Go ahead. Make your point.
Right. Good evening. Jenko people. Right. Money is my So I'm gonna put in an earbud.
Can't put in nothing more. You understand me?
All right. I like the start off. Like the presentation. But I believe it was Mr. Steve was on the program.
Yeah.
And we were asking about the coach's decision. Jamaica got
they say a feeding back. T-Gat. They say they're hearing an echo.
No, it comes through.
Boy, if T-Gat not talking loud, he might echo ya, man. Yeah. I don't know, he has to turn off the show. Let's see if he'll get back. Alright. T-Gat, you have to turn off the show, you know. You can't be listening to the show, you know.
Yeah, man. Me turn off the show, man.
Alright, no, yeah, because we can't manage with a double. You understand?
Okay, I guess we call the calls first.
Yeah, we only can deal with one T-gut. Yeah, we can't
Alright,
deal with.
cool.
Yeah. We can't bother with the 2 ears being controlled by T-gut. It's no good. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So I was saying that we have the too, right? Until I hear them.
Yeah, we're still hearing the echo.
Alright.
Yeah. And the people are complaining. Yeah. And I get in persons, and it's echoing really loud. Tiga, we already know say you have a car, right? And we know say a car, you can run the phone through the whole car system. Nobody do that, Tiga. We know already. Nobody go and show off and come out with a winter jacket. All right. Yeah, Tiga, the man say take off the winter jacket, take the phone. We know you have a car. We know the phone and the car fancy it can run through the car. So take it from out.
Yes, the and
them still say you echo. Them still say you echo Tiga.
No. I need that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, echo. Take it out the car and just take it from. Take it
No,
out the car.
man.
No, man. But it's still connected to the Bluetooth in the car.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you still.
So, yeah.
All right. They're saying restart your phone.
Cool.
Yeah. All right. So AQ is asking us to call him back as well because this is important because, like I said, he's actually. People hit the like button in the meantime. Let's see if we can get back AQ. Big up preacher in the building. You understand me? Yeah, big up preacher in the building. Baggio, Jarvis.
Yes, man.
Yeah, man, you're sounding a whole lot better now. Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't understand why. Yeah, I don't understand why. Because I'm using Wi-Fi. But, yes. So, as I was saying, when you look at the statistics for our players and for the midfielders, Bell was incredible. It was higher than for the amount of minutes he played, higher than the Americans and the best Mexicans, all of them.
Bell?
One game was 98%, 98%, 94%. I am saying that to say, why I'm bringing that out is because in the last game, which was about 94%, 88%, I think, 88%, he didn't get involved. Him, although Barrett also had a high percentage, and Magantal also, but when you look at the amount of balls that they touched, it was more than twice as many, right? Or just about twice as many. You have to get him involved. You cannot have your creative player playing in front of you, and when you get the ball, you're just going long. When the defenders get the ball, and Guatemala wasn't pressing them. They allowed them to play it. When they got them in the ball in the back, they allowed them. They weren't running down their throat and forcing them to kick the ball out. But when you look at it, like sometimes I see the wing back, which I think is very good, Molina and I. He intercepts the ball, he plays it back to his sweeper or to number 3, and instead of the other defender sprinting back and giving them a pass wide to restart the whole thing, it was going long 40 yards. The last game I played, no less than at least about 20 balls, they kick 40 yards or more now. I just don't understand if you're coaching them, how we don't sort this out. We don't go, recite it, bring it back. If you're under pressure, the keepers are putting it with their feet, give it back, start back at the next side, and start again. And the speed at which we play, it's poor. You have to pass the ball quicker and crisper in order to catch them off balance. The best thing to look at is the giants in our CONCACAF. Forget about Euro. You look at America, Mexico, Costa Rica play. The ball is moving. So you find that you're going to end up with space on the other side and can move the ball and come up. If you see Costa Rica's goal against Cuba, go back and check their first goal. What a sight to behold. It was about probably 10 to 15 passes from the back, pop, and the ball is moving. The guy get the ball in the combinations and then slap it inside and the man just come in and finish it. None of our goals was like that, even against the weakest team. It was very disappointing.
We have Tiga.
Part of it is our culture.
Yeah, we have Tiga to his back. But one of the things I want to ask you, because you travel and watch all of these teams, have you seen a team in any of the tournaments? Because you watch under 20, you watch the national team, you watch the female teams, you go to the games. Have you seen a team played worse than this?
I would struggle to say, I struggle to find a team that played worse than this because for several reasons. The way that we play, as well as the fact that for a Jamaican team, we didn't really have any explosive players. It's one of the slowest Jamaican teams I've ever seen. If you think about all the players, tell me where the explosion was. The quickest person started playing late, like the number 19. You look like he had some speed. But the rest of the players, they weren't fast. We were playing against teams that were actually faster than us, and that is rare. So when you take in consideration, we don't play well, our positioning poor, we're not passing the ball quickly, and then the big advantage that we had was speed. We never had that. I think it's the worst playing team that we've had.
Whoa. All right, let me hear from T-Got because he was. Let's hope that the echo is gone.
I'll keep following.
Yeah, man. Okay. T-Got, we still have the echo, man. What?
No, man. You have the echo?
All right, go ahead. Make a point.
Okay. Good evening, man. All right. Now let's try and break it down. Yeah, you hear my man? All right, we're gonna try and break this down from the beginning of the tournament. All right. You said on the you always say on the program that it started from the picking of the team. All right. They didn't pick the best player, but the coach picked who is suiting. All right, fine. We give him that. To me, where it started from? It started from 10 players reaching to Guatemala, 14 players stay back home because of the issue. So we go back right now the cycle. Right now the cycle where we left off, the problem with the JFF they have, we go back right in that cycle. Because that was a mishap coming down to all of the campaign. People getting left. Maggie getting left at airport. Overseas players can't get the plane for come and all them something there. And the cycle starts. JFF said they turn a new leaf. Them take out a new book. I would give them the benefit of the doubt. I would say, all right, JFF, we'll work with you. All right? We like the new. We like what to do. They put in new peoples in place and stuff like that. But they started with the wrong foot out. 10 players reach at the competition, 14 players gone home. We never say nothing still. You understand? We say, all right, we go see that under the rug. We'll close a blind eye to that. Then them reach at the tournament. Play the first match. Right? We beat Cuba 4-2. We say, yes, they're on their way. They're looking good. You understand? The second match, they play. They lost the match. The third match they play, they draw. The fourth match they play, they lost. And they lost miserable. You understand? From game 2, 3, and 4, we see at the side wasn't playing no type of football whatsoever. We asked Mr. Speed, what is happening? Mr. Speed said, 5 coaches don't have A license. So as you said at the beginning of your show, that they are the highest. That means they can't coach them, but they are the highest educated coach on the island because they have the A license. But the coaching ability is very, very, very poor. Player selection, 0 out of 10. You understand? Coaching, 0 out of 10. Jamaica managed to other from the first game that they played Cuba. And we won 4-2. Almost lost the game because if 5 more minutes in the game, maybe we don't lose the game. Anyway, we win 4-2. Jamaica in the other 3 games, We only score free kicks. There was no passing of the ball or whatever. It's 3 free kick goal we score. We don't produce no 1-2 going at the back of the net. No creation, nothing at all. It's 3 free kick goal we score. 3 free kick goal we score. And that's on the first game. The other 3 games, they're free kick. Poor. And I think this is my opinion. You understand? And it can be wrong. All JFF need to go. All of them. All of them need to go. From technical director. Somebody was asking me, a management, maybe you can tell me, who is the technical director of the team?
Wendell Donzel is the technical director on the technical committee.
On the art. So Wendell proper English. Wendell Donzel have an A license?
Yeah, man.
Oh, you have an A license. Okay, beautiful. And the coach have an A license. And everybody have an A license. But yet still, the team not going nowhere at all. Nowhere at all. So everybody have them A license and everybody now go and the team now go nowhere. So what sense does it make? You understand what sense does it make? It's them start off on the wrong foot. Player selection was wrong. The mix up at the airport, 10 players gone, and then we're going to a tournament and played terrible. We played terrible. We played terrible. But when you look at the players, if any coach can see the players, there are certain players. First of all, the second match that we play and we lost, we see that the players were much better than them. When you look at the team, though, there is no stretch of the imagination that the teams, that individual one-on-one, these players were better than Jamaica. No, it was just we lost because of poor coaching. The coaching was poor. It was very, very, and it shows. It shows these individuals, they were playing all long ball. And where they get this idea of playing long ball? Coach's instruction. If the coach tell them to play long ball, and that's how them go up on the field go do. Them are going to play long ball. Them not going to play short passes. So the coaches were very, very poor. And everybody are going to say, this a person that go down as physical, whatever. This a person. But when we ask Mr. Speed said 5 of them down there have A license. So Mr. Speed was telling me, in fact, that we have 5 coaches down there. We not separate none from none. It's 5 coaches down there because 5 of them down there have A license. That was said by Mr. Speed on the show, on the backtrack. I am sure sport and hear what Mr. Speed say 5 coaches down there. But yet still the team play poorly. In our competition, we should reach at least the semi-final. Because none of the team them, when they look, they didn't outplay us because of poor coaching. Poor coaching and poor selections. And I'm really upset because we're going back in the same direction. The JFF get a D minus. From the general secretary come down, them get a D minus. Go ahead, Maninsman. I see you want to come in.
Yeah. So my thing is 5 A's, the formula is the wrong formula. We must remember this. 5 A's is equivalent to F, and F is for failure. So 5 A license coaches is equivalent to F, failure. All right. But the persons are asking if we should listen to a man talking about Jamaican football in an American shirt with the American flag. But that is just for fun. Oh, yeah. Put on back the jacket. Yeah, Alright, hold on. You're muted, Tegan. Go ahead. You're muted.
Sorry,
Unmute.
my people. Sorry. Let me take out. No disrespect. No disrespect. Sorry.
So here's my response. But before I respond, people, and again, remember I spoke because one of the things I spoke about is this. Is there any response? Obviously, the players were playing to instruction. And here's why. Because at no point did they deviate from the play. So for me, minimal blame is for the players because they did not select themselves. For example, I cannot blame Adrian Reed because Adrian Reed played in midfield and sometimes in forward for St. George's. In the Premier League, Adrian Reed plays as a midfielder. He goes here and he plays centre back. So I can understand that. I can understand why he would look the way that he looked because he wasn't playing in his preferred position. So I cannot blame the players. I believe individually we had enough quality. Listen to me, Natty Congo, listen. I believe we had enough quality to play better. So let's put aside results because I don't know what the results would have been. But what I know is this. The team did not play well. That is down to coaching. While you can, if in one half they were playing the long balls and in the second half they stopped, then I could say obviously in the first half they were not looking at the coach's instruction or listening. They did it in the first, the second, the third and the fourth game. It is clear that this is how the coaches wanted them to play. I am saying, if you want to play a long ball, I am fine as long as it works. It never worked. And we kept on doing it. The coaches must be blamed. But I need to say something else because remember I tell people, I don't talk to people. I have groupings of friends that if I'm not there, they go to every Jamaica game. They're in Australia right now, following the girls. I have people there who go there to support them. They're in Australia with the girls and somewhere in Guatemala. All right? So listen to this. 10 players were at the airport Friday. When did we play the game? Hold on. All right? So this is when did they arrive? Friday, right?
Right, Friday.
All right. So listen to this now. So when the players arrived, right, on Friday, there were 10 players at the airport Friday night up to around 11 p.m. in the night. This is in Guatemala, right? And this person who went to support Jamaica was there for several hours because there was no adult with the 10 players. And as a Jamaican citizen, he stayed in the airport with them. All right? Spoke to the players who were unsupervised in the airport at 11 p.m. All right? He had to go through immigration. So he had to leave them. Right? The players arrived at the airport from 8:30 p.m. Right? 8:30 p.m. Right? Nobody else in the arrival section getting back, so it's likely they came on the earlier flight. No adults. He waited for 40 minutes outside of the airport having gone through immigration. And they were still inside. And he said he had to leave because his Uber came to pick him up. What is the point I'm making? There are some things that this federation needs to do. Now, this is why when the team manager was fired, if you don't have proper systems, the next person who come on don't know what to do. You realize that? So if you fire the team manager, you know, all the information that you need for the trip is gone because you don't have a system, you have a person. You have to create a system. That means if T got leave tomorrow, you can just put management there and everything flow like normal. So there was some issues with coordination. These things ought not to happen. So you can imagine now how late those players got to bed.
Quite so. Management. I at my workplace, I learned this from I was working in Jamaica. And kudos to all of the employer, the bosses that were over me. I used to work at Fortune. And kudos to Mr. Myers and Mr. Kenneth Williams. They taught me. You understand? Whenever you're working and you're leaving your job, somebody else could come on and pick up. Don't try to have all the information. And while I was working as an accountant, and at first I started as account receivables, then I move on to payables, and then I was a junior accountant. But I say that to say this, management. Whenever you're working, you always leave your job so anybody else can come on and work after you. Then after you look when the paper's there, who you to pay, who forget pay, they're supposed to can pick it up. You understand? So the gensec left. You understand? And the baton was passed to somebody else. But then again, we run up into the same problem. No information was there. People are searching for information for do them work. That's not supposed to be like that. You understand? Who in authority to make sure that all the senior executive should leave their work transparent. So if you come on tomorrow, if they pick up a new person tomorrow morning, you understand? They're supposed to can work. And it's unacceptable. We as a public, we as a supporter, we are support the team. You understand? Financially, we are support the team. Physically, we are support the team. Mentally, we are support the team. We should not get this. This is not right for our health. You understand? This is not right for our health. They might get paid for do a job and they're not doing the job properly. They need to be fired. I'm telling you, the whole JFF need to go. And if the whole JFF don't go, the problems still are going to occur. I'm sorry, Mr. Ricketts need to go.
All right, look like T got going under a bridge. We have lost him. Are he passing a prison or something? So, looks like AQ. Yeah, I don't agree with Natty Congo because he's saying that the players are not quality. I guarantee you that in 6 months' time, you probably hear big things about Bell. So it's. I don't think it is the quality of the player that is the issue. I think a lot of it is the quality of the coaching that was made available. I think that was the issue in this particular tournament. There are other times that we could question the quality of the players. All right, so let me say that. All right, that's number one. Number two, I'll go as far as saying this. There's no excuse that Amir Dawkins should not have been in this team. Hurd and Grant, those players are better than some of the players that I saw. There's a player called Chandler who was at the camp. That player is better than some of the players I saw. So, even if I work with your assessment, Natty Congo, the coach had other players who were better, Lumsden, other players who were better quality. Kimani Jackson, J. Lloyd Simis, he had other players that he did not choose. Matthew Ellis. All of these players. So it still comes down to him. Either way, yeah, he has to take the blunt of the blame for what transpired with this team. All right? All right, Tiga, we were losing you, so we didn't hear some of what you're saying. But I have to segue because I did tell the people in the second hour I need to take on a topic, a second topic that is very, very important. All right, so
what I was saying, I was like, we as fans, you understand, we are supporters of the football of Jamaica. We're not supposed to go through them sufferation here. JFF and make we are suffer. We are suffering. You understand? We are suffering. And we not suffer because of lack of talent. Because the youth them have talent. You understand? The youth them have talent. And their players, healthy have talent, want to play for the team, but yet still the JFF make we are suffer. We shouldn't be suffering like this. We shouldn't be having breakdown like this. Because
so hold on, Tiga, because we have to come to reality. The president cannot be fired, as XYZ bartender says. The president was elected through an electoral process. We have around 7 or 8 months before the next election. I don't see any candidate putting up to go up against the president. Who do you see as a qualified and competent person who could have done or who can do the job at the presidential level? Because it's one thing to say remove, but who do you replace when you have removed? You're muted.
All right, man. I hear every time we play that tape over and over. Who is there to replace? Who was there to replace captain? Who was there? Did we see anybody competent enough to replace captain? No. But they had an election and somebody came on board and they replaced captain. People out there can replace them. We might not know of them. They might not show in their faces in the limelight. You understand? But people out there can replace them. Me and you, man.
Hold on, sorry, Tigat. Sorry, because I don't want the echo. Sorry, I have to cut to it. So here, let me say it again, Tigat. Here's what I'm saying. There is an electoral process. The president cannot be fired. Captain Horace Burrell's situation was unfortunately different. He wasn't removed by firing or an electoral process. Hold on, let me finish. He passed away, and based on how the office operates, what that means is that the first vice president becomes the president. Then what you have is an electoral process that took place, and Mike Ricketts was duly elected. Remember that even Mr. Craig Butler tried to get nomination for it and nobody nominated him. Stuart Stevenson was trying, but they never got the requisite nomination. Danny Beckford nominated himself. So it ended up by a due electoral process. I think Mike Ricketts got 7 of the 13 votes. Danny Beckford kept his, that's 8, and the other 5 went to the other candidate. So there was an election. I am saying to you, you want us to believe that there are many people out there, right? We're not hearing their mandate for the football. We're not hearing their plans for the football. We're not seeing their faces. We're not hearing their voices. But somehow they must be put in the job to do it. How are we going to believe that?
All right. Let me draw back your memory. All right. When Captain Horace Burrell take Jamaica to the World Cup in 1988, he was outvoted.
1998.
1998. Yes. But he was outvoted. They voted him out. and Krenzel Boxell take over the job. You remember that? Remember when Krenzel Boxell take over the job?
Yeah, by electoral process.
Yes, by electoral. Everyone because they voted.
Who they voted out? But say he wasn't fired, T-God.
No, anyway, right. He was voted out there. Let's put you know what I said. He was voted out.
Yeah.
All right. He was right. And then he came back. And then voted out.
But T-God, you must also remember how Creston Boxhill won. Creston Boxhill did a lot of groundwork. He went all over Jamaica and mobilized the people. Right? Hold on.
Man, look like you're going to do that.
No, that's not my job. Yeah, listen what I'm saying. So what I am saying to you is that presently we are 9 months in, and I don't see anybody mobilizing people to run the football. I don't hear anybody who is going to run that come up with any idea. So am I supposed to? Because what some persons are saying, when one of the arguments they had when My Crickets won was that he never had any what's that M word? Not mandate. He never presented to the people. Somebody will remember. I have the word at the top of my lip, but I can't. But he never presented any of that to the people, and so people are saying that he should not. It's not mandate. Right. I don't remember what it. Manifesto. Right. Thank you, Cranky. He didn't have a manifesto, and he got selected. Thank you. Somebody said monologue. I like that, master. Manifesto. Thank you, Sir Tyrrell. He didn't have a manifesto. What you are saying to me, and many people said that was a mistake that the voters made. They voted for someone who don't have a manifesto. You are saying that there are many people out there now who would take it. And what you're saying to me, people should start speaking about them. I say no. We want to see their manifesto. No one should be elected to this office ever again without presenting a manifesto that the electorate, the people who vote, I think it has moved up to 60 odd people now for the next election, that those people can read it and say, yes, this is going to work. And on that premise, they vote. If no one presents that, then they should not be voted in. There should not be. We should not allow anybody to lead who can't give us a plan.
Man, I totally agree with you. You understand? But are we going to allow this? Yeah, man. Are we going to allow us sit down for this current JFF team to give us this sort of foolishness? You understand? This sort of foolishness, not picking a player selection wrong. You understand? People leaving at the airport and all them some there, coaches wrong and everything. We can't sit down and tell this. It's not like we're moving forward. We're not moving forward at all. They say we're moving forward, but we're not. We're not moving forward.
No, man, we passed the problem. We are speaking about the solution, and the solution is to get somebody else to run the office. And I am saying to you, who is that person? Where is the manifesto And the manifesto should be something. The manifesto should be something that people in the diaspora have access to read it. They may not be able to vote, but they begin to buy into the idea. That is the issue. As a society, we have too long voted for people to political offices and leadership position right across our country based on nice instead of a manifesto, a 4-year plan, a 3-year plan, a 8-year plan. And I think the first thing that needs to be stopped is that. The first thing that needs to be stopped is that nobody should be elected to any of these offices without having a manifesto that is accepted by the majority of the persons who are going to vote for them. For us to just look and say, hey, you know, say that person will make a nice president. You know that person who will make a nice president. We have to get past that. We have to get past just, hey, that person will do a good job. Show me what is your plan. I don't just want to hear about having a good plan. Or you'll do a good job. I want to see something and have commitment where I know that in 2 years' time, this is what was supposed to be done. This is what's supposed to be done. And when we don't see it, then we can now hold people accountable. There is nothing. And so really and truly, anybody who wants to run for office needs to present that.
Management. My question to you. My question to you, Mr. Management. Are you saying that there's nobody capable in Jamaica or overseas? Let me just let's say put it in Jamaica. There's nobody capable in Jamaica to run the football. You don't see nobody capable at all of running the football. Are you saying this president can go uncontested for the next when the election run? He will go uncontested and there's nobody whatsoever to stand up against him. This is what you're telling me. This is the best.
No, hold on, Tiga. People, please, Tiga, they say you must put on your seatbelt because they don't want you to get anything. Oh, people, it's Tigat. Somebody need to call in and explain to Tigat what I am saying, because Tigat is of the opinion that I am saying that there is no body. Right? So, I am not saying that there's nobody else can run. I didn't say that. I am not saying to you that I believe that Michael Ricketts is the best person. I am saying to the people that unless a person presents a manifesto, including Mr. Mike Ricketts, they should not be allowed to hold this office or any other position of leadership throughout our country, including our politicians. They must have a plan that people can read and see, a vision that paints a picture of what the future will look like in 4 years. And anyone who cannot present that to the Jamaicans who live in our geographical space and the Jamaicans outside of our geographical space, none of them should be elected, including the persons who are in the present administration. That is the point I'm making. But we have a caller, Tigat, so hold on. Go ahead, caller. Caller, you're live. Hello, caller. All right, we're not hearing that one. All right, Tigat, go ahead, because I wasn't hearing the caller.
All right, management. I'm in studio now, so let me log on.
Beautiful. Yeah, man, studio now.
Hey, you're echoing now, man.
Echo same way. And the link where you send me in a Mannings, man. The link where you send me no good. Cause I'm in studio now.
All right, let me see if I can send. Let me see something. Hold on. Yes, caller. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. Yes, T got now listen.
No, T got sit down for years, man. Because it's reasoning. I maintain the two things.
Hey, me sit down for me years.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, man. T got is asking you what you mean that he's sitting on his ears. That T got asking you that.
No, because the man put forward the argument where you don't put forward at all. If you're saying that people need to be credible. Yeah, people need to be credible. And the man must also learn to vote for people who present solid foundational framework to move forward. Not on the whim how a man look and how he smile and how much beer in buy around a corner bar. You understand? He's not saying that you can't find somebody to do that, but he's saying presently nobody's stepping up. So T-Got, why don't you step up? Throw your hat in the ring.
Player, caller, I would love to. I would give me a few more years and let me see if I can work it out. But I would love to. I was in the island just a couple of weeks ago. I was in the island a couple of weeks ago and I was looking. But I think up to Mannings, man.
Because they need to teach two things at school, man. Civics and reasoning.
Hold on, caller. Why T-Got?
If you bring that back at school, brother.
I would love to see. I would love to know.
I'm a coach. I wanted the first responsibility. All right. This question is to Manningsman and T-Got and T-Got. T-Got, you and Manningsman, I want to answer this question right here and now. What is the first responsibility of a coach once you get the job?
Manningsman, go on first. Let me hear your response. Because you're a coach.
Me? I can answer it. But
No.
I'm asking you too because
No.
you don't have
man.
doubled in coaching.
No.
Understand
So
what
coach,
is the first responsibility of a coach having received the task to coach someone?
No, man. When I listen, the first thing when you're given a job, you say I was given the job to coach a high school.
I am.
So right. Yeah. So I'm given a job to coach a high school. The first thing I have to do is to, like I said, have a plan. And the plan is, you have to have a plan. You have to have a comprehensive plan, including finances, including your periodization in terms of training, preparation, what all of those things. Just create your plan. And so part of what you learn when you go to coaching school is to how to create what they call a training plan. But the training plan must go outside of that. All right. So that is the first thing, because if you don't have a plan, you understand me, you go fail. You go fail. So,
all right, no, management. Outside of that.
Maybe T-Got have a different answer. You don't want to hear from T-Got.
All right, let me go ahead.
All right. As a coach, you're supposed to have, as a management, a plan. You're supposed to have what you're going to do forward. You're looking forward to what you want to bring across. You understand? You have a plan and you know what you want to bring across. You know what you want to unveil to the people. You understand? And you have certain instruction, certain guidelines where you want players to follow so you can move ahead. You understand? So you must have a plan. As a coach, you must have a plan. You can't come in and say, all right, I'm going to play as you go along. No. You're going to come in with a plan and say, this is how I want to move forward. So as a coach, you must have a comprehensive plan to take the team forward.
All right, so caller, let me mute T-Got again. So let me
listen to that, and reason.
No, man. No, man. So let me give you 5 things. An easy way for people to remember this, right?
No, wait. I was going to narrate down. We all agree on them thing.
No man. So let me just break it down a little bit, because I want to make it easier for everybody. Because sometimes other persons will take it and think that is conclusive and comprehensive. So simple
No,
put,
no, no. Only a lighter
yeah,
would
man.
think
So,
that, man.
so
People
one.
are sad
So,
to
so let me
the
just
head.
give
But
it
we need to think more.
in 5 P's. The first thing, what is the point of this? Then you create a plan based on the point. What is the
Mm-hmm.
process? How you're going to
Mm-hmm.
prepare?
And
And
objectives.
then the end purpose. So it's 5 P.
Yes.
The point, the plan, the process, the preparation, and then the purpose. And if you have that, then it starts out everything. So it covers your budget, it covers everything. All right, so you go ahead now, Carla.
This is them 5 overarching points that we just set up. Me agree. So we agree upon all of that already. But one thing which these coaches always seem to have, which affect them whole approach, is that them take sentimentality and politics into the football. They can't get the right results. Because one of the leading mistakes of most of these coaches is team selection, squad selection.
Yeah.
Right? They let sentimentality, politics dictate who them pick.
Yeah.
Me, after we have outlined and determined our purposes, our aims and objectives, how we intend to achieve these things, right? Then we get down to personnel selection, which is who will be around me to help, and then the squad. Now, these coaches, if you look, every single squad at every level I've seen selected in the last 20, 30 years in Jamaica has been having serious glaring omissions in those squads. Things that even the blind can see. If you look at this under 17 squad, right? I am 62 and I could have made that side based on how them play. I couldn't play worse than them boys. And I don't think that these guys don't have any skill. But it's the leadership, man, the influence, the lack of a competent, influential, capable coach.
All
Right?
right, Carla.
Coaches seem to think that they need to reinvent the wheel. No, simplicity, man.
All right, Carla,
I
we
mean,
hear you.
it's a joke, man. And the thing is this, it's happening every time, every squad, it's happening. I look at the women playing in Australia, the naivety in defending. It boggles the mind. I remember the days in Jamaica when coaches, one of the first things they tell them defend on, make ball drop. And we see people put their head, don't have somebody knee if he hit the ball when somebody will kick it. You know what I mean? Not tracking players, spatial awareness, tactical awareness, common sense, when to press, when to tackle, when to come back in your formation. If you have to be telling people at the national level, adults who play pro football, then if you go sit down at the yard, they're not coaches supposed to have coach, you know. A tactics is supposed to spend on them thing at this level. I can understand for under 20s and then people have to work on that because they're still developing. But a lot of these coaches not interested in developing players. They're interested in putting a little so they know them bonnet and say, oh, I did this and I did that. But they'll never get a chance to say, I did this and I did that if they keep selecting squads where you leave the best players twiddling them thumbs at them yard while you have some little cargo head players where you select this and them look pretty, or them are your friend, son of your friend, cousin of your friend. That is nonsense. We have to get away from that. So may I agree completely with you, Mannings, man.
Yes.
Big up Mannings.
Yeah, man.
He's
Blessing,
a
man.
homewood man. I may agree with a lot of the things where T got also say, because him also get named from a very good striker we have from way back. But the thing is, basic things and the fundamental things that we need to put in place is integrity in our coaching. We don't have that. With all the air rating them have nothing if they can't coach and can't see basic things which are just at the tip of their noses. Because if you can't sit beyond the tip of your nose, you don't have an idea of the long view and being able to put things in place and work towards a plan. Futuristic approach. It's unbelievable. Some of what we put up and call coaches. One of our cargo headman have sawdust for brains. Well, I don't want to take up much of my time now. Big up, gentlemen. I'm
Yeah,
in the
man.
cold here, not enjoying it, but still, me always tune into my home base and a touch and see if me can appraise myself how I happen. So take care on yourself
All
and
right.
bless up.
Appreciate that, man. All right. Thanks, Carla. All right. T-Got. People, let me just say this right, because sometimes we get text messages, and so we get text message. This is from someone who is normal.
Yeah.
Hold on, Tigger, we're getting the feedback. Don't know why. Let me see if when somebody else comes on, we'll have the same problem. They say no matter what kind of manifesto people present, it is the parish coaches, the parish, I think not coaches, but association who vote, and they vote because of kickbacks they can get. Right. So I think the fact that the voting um, grouping has expanded from the 13 to the 60. I can't remember, don't quote me on the number, but 60, I think it's 63. I think that is going to help to make it less of a this is what I can do. Because it's one thing to promise 7 people something and provide it. It's a different thing to win the election now. You're going to have to promise 40 persons kickback, 56, right? So it's difficult. So all people have to do is to get there. Thank you, Mr. Speed, if that is you. If that is the real Mr. Speed, 56. So now, if you used to promise 7 people $7 million, now you're going to have to promise, how much that he got? How much that?
Go ahead.
What, 28?
Yes. Half 56.
Is a calculator, man. You're not accountant.
Well, no, they say half of 56. We are say 28, man. Kids are coming in.
So what you mean is that you have to provide, right, 29. You're going to have to promise 20. So it's very difficult, I think. More difficult to do, not impossible. So let's see. But Tigat, go ahead. But here's his comments, all right? So the person who texted said that because they will vote to get back kickbacks, all right? But we have a couple of calls that we miss. We have a caller coming in. But go ahead, Tiga, make a point and then caller.
Yes,
Yeah, man,
yes, man, Bunny. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, I have you on, but Tigat is going to make his point and then I'm going to come to you. All right, go ahead, Tigat.
Yeah, man.
You're muted, Tigat.
All right, this is my thing because it's been bothering me. I tried to fathom what happened with the under 17 football. You understand? But the reason why I said before that everybody need to go because the cycle is just keep on going over and over and over and over and over and over, and it's like it's not going to change. So my thing is this: we need to get rid of everybody that is there. You understand? Don't leave nobody, don't leave no stone unturned. You understand? And just start with somebody fresh. You understand? T-Got, President, Cranky, General Sec, Management, Technical Director. You understand? Something like that. Some fresh faces. Some fresh faces in the JFF. Get rid of everybody that is there. Because they get rid of the Gensec, you know. And when the alright, say the Gensec left. And then a new Gensec come. And 14 person was left at the airport, the same problem. They get rid of the coaches, a new coaches, and we still can't qualify. We still can't reach the semi-final stage. But something is wrong. Something is wrong. Something is wrong.
All right, Tiga, let's see if we can take the caller online. Go ahead, caller. Just share with us the name that you go by and then talk to the people. And then we have Cranky, that is Stan Cranky, who is in the diaspora. He has joined the show and wants to be involved. We're waiting. He's now 75. He has 1 more year before he retires. And then when he does that, you know, he'll give back some time to Jamaica. Go ahead, caller. Go ahead, caller. Yeah, man, go ahead.
Because I watched 2 of the games and they were very hard to watch, especially the game against Costa Rica. I don't understand why we have so much talented players in Jamaica and we can't put 5 passes together. and we walk on the field and we do all this kind. But the coach is the main problem. I think to solve Jamaica's problem, for every single team that Jamaica have for the next 5 years, we have to pick an overseas-based coach who is not biased towards local players and will give you a fair shot. If we don't do that, we're not going to move up to the national team, the older team. The problem is how the Jamaica system set up, where we need to have Jamaican-born players. Listen, if you're born on Mars and you have a Jamaican mother and father, you're Jamaican. We have to stop differentiate people born out of Jamaica from people born in Jamaica, because you can't get a Jamaican passport. For a Jamaican passport, you're a Jamaican. If you're in the United States, you get a U.S. passport, you're a United States citizen. We have to stop with these local coaches because they're not picking the proper teams. I listened to your man's man, you name about 7 other players you say was better than some of the players that were present there. Some of those players look like the defense. I don't know if them what their job was is to kick the ball long. I think they was playing American football maybe. They don't try to pass the ball to the midfield. They just kick it long. And every time you kick it long, it come right back at them. How many long balls we won? Percentage-wise, down. Coach,
Caller, we
here is this one. They need to take a B because them not good. You understand me? Them not good. You can't, you know something? You can't give somebody the diploma. Them only good at the book. When they come to the practical stuff, them is no good. So you have to find a man who's good at the practical stuff and not good at the book stuff. Right? And until we do that, we can have the same problem over and over. The under 20 playing soon again, we have the same problem. We continue using the same coaches. Time to change. Get some overseas Jamaican coaches if you want to do that. Get Marshall, get Butler, get somebody else. But you cannot keep using the same people in Jamaica because we come back with the same problem. It's not going to change. I gone.
all right,
Talk to you
caller,
guys later.
respect. Cranky, welcome to the show. Good afternoon. What do you say about the conversation? Because I really have a pressing issue, but I'm going to give you some time because a lot has been said for you to kind of speak on all the issues based on what you have heard. And welcome to everyone else who watching the stream. Thanks for joining. All right, go ahead, Cranky. You're muted. You have to unmute.
Maybe it's better if I mute myself when I talk. I always believe that it's very important when you're trying to solve a problem to really be inquisitive, be deductive in your assessment, and really try to find the root cause to fix the problem. It's like we're trying to solve our issues by being very tactical and focus on symptoms versus root cause. Like trying to fix crime and trying to have 101 police and say we need more police. And police get rid of 10 people and 20 spring out. That doesn't fix the problem. So when we talk about the coach is part of the symptom. Talk about the players, is part of the symptom. But everything starts at the top of the house, at headquarters, and works its way down. And I've said this numerous times, you want to fix a problem, you got to start at the top. You got to have very good people trying to execute responsibilities. If you have the same people in the same position doing the same thing, get the same outcome, if you bring in the best players, man, and the best coach, you're still going to struggle, right? You may do better. You may do better at a point in time. It won't be sustainable. So what you're doing have to be sustainable. Put the infrastructure in place. After the management, I went on chat GPT, you know. It's my favorite thing to source nowadays. And said, write me a 200-page report on the poor performance of the JFF. And it says its major problems are, I won't go into the detail, lack of the heading, lack of funding, lack of development program, poor management, inadequate infrastructure, competition among other sports, right? And just an AI that goes out like brain drain. Even though this AI is much more informative, much more productive, provide more insight than brain drain. And frankly, I'm gonna give brain drain a hard time. Part of the issue, which is, he said in his mother's basement. He said in his mother's basement.
He's asking
in his mother's basement. In front of him, bring his insight. No, bring some insight to this forum. He critique others who are in the forum. He doesn't provide anything of value except try to be a joker He never shows his face because he says that AI. But I won't denigrate or belittle him or disparage him in any way. But I will say this about him, which is try to be productive and stop being theoretical, be practical, and bring some insight in this forum so we can all leverage the brain you say you have, which seems to be used in not a manner indicative of what is needed. So brain drain, hopefully that put it aside and you can come back as you normally do with some little joke. And with an I joke thing, with a serious thing, because we have a serious problem with the football program. The program is not elevating, is not developing, is not maturing as it should. And you need change. And I've said this management numerous times. The people who are in power have to understand. Not the new one, like Dennis Strong, who's trying to come in and trying to effect change. If you're in power, I see the bark of the bike. If you're in power, it's not meant to hurt you, it's meant to influence you. If you're in power, management, and if you're in a position and things are not working, and you say you're a nationalist, then sacrifice yourself. Whatever influence you have, whatever position you've attained, and it make you feel, if you are the problem and you need to step aside, step aside. Now you have said, and I agree with you, yes and no, wherein you don't see anyone who's coming forward to effect change that has a resume needed. Part of the problem may be that people are reluctant to get involved because they may have some insight. You hear Maverick always in the background saying having bird over the fence or throwing information. I'm Mr. Maverick now. Very smart man, by the way. Very, very smart man. But sometimes I not agree on getting news and on disseminating news. But he's a very smart man and very thoughtful and very strategic in his thinking. It's very important, Manningsman. Because if I see I'm going to get involved in something, but I can't see an outcome that's going to be beneficial to me or to what I'm trying to achieve, I may not get involved, right? So if you think that the process is, I'm going to use a colloquial word, rigged in a sense, and you will never have a chance to win, why put yourself at risk in trying to accomplish something or trying to attain that position? Doesn't make sense, right? So what we need to do is create an environment where people are receptive to get involved, right? Create an environment where, you know what, man may have the capability. He see an avenue where he can get involved and make a contribution and do well. If that roadmap is there and he can see it, and it's obvious to him and what he's trying to achieve, he may not always be successful. At least he thinks it's a fair playing field and you have a chance of success. If you're a very smart man and deductive, you may say, you know, why would I get involved in this? I can't see a good outcome because of XYZ, and that may not work. So my hope is that, given that we've now expanded the pool of voters, so the control you have now may not be what it used to be. You can't manage the process whether you have to go out now more solicit vote, that others who have the capability may want to get involved. And I also say this for Jamaica, not just for football. And I've said this numerous times, I'm going to repeat myself. Jamaica has to do a better job of expanding what is meant by Jamaica. We're very focused on the 144 by 44. I mean, I forget what that number is, and not focus on the global Jamaica that we know. Even those who may be citizens and non-citizens who buy the country, who support the country, want the country to do well. We have to expand that remit to allow and be more inclusive. We're not inclusive. People on the island just want to be self-contained and want help when they want help, and when they suit them, they don't want it. You gotta take the good with the bad. So my hope is that we can expand what it means to be Jamaica, leverage intellectual capital wherever it resides, management, bring it in, leverage it, and use it to the benefit of the country. So go back to the under 20 or the under 17 management. There are symptom things. They're not the root cause of what we're experiencing.
Yeah. All right. Well said, Cranky. But let me just. So my original point is, I want to see. I don't think, including the present administration, I don't think anyone should be elected to these offices without presenting a manifesto. And it should be public, that even if I cannot vote, I should be able to see it. Now, the truth is that the manifesto may not manifest itself in the long run. But
which is now the case with politicians, by the way. Now the case with politicians. Go ahead.
but Kyle, welcome to the show. That's all I say. And that is what I want to see. And I think that people have to challenge themselves to say, okay, all right, let me at least, instead of, because some persons, I believe, are fighting the enemy instead of winning the citizens. I think what somebody needs to start doing is let me win over the people instead of fighting. So what I want to do, if I desire to be the president of the football, I would not be fighting the JFF. I would be going around trying to win over, using my manifesto and plans, win over the 59, what they call them, delegates or voters. That's what I'd be doing, because it is in fighting them, I'm not winning anybody. I may win the fight with them and end up losing the election. So that's what I want to see happening. Who is out there trying to win over the people instead of just getting up trying to fight the JFF? You may call them out on issues, but you have to be winning over the people. But we have Kyle on the line, and then I'll come back to you and T-God. Kyle, welcome to the show.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to you and your colleagues and the viewers. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in about what happened with the under 17, and it goes back to the under 20. And from what I am seeing is that we have coaches who lack confidence to play our cultural style of football. From what I'm seeing, and let me expound on that. Now, do we play long ball at high school level? Do we play long balls in the JPL? So why are we playing it when we're on the international stage with these youths? It's like speaking another language. The only time that I saw us play a cultural form of football was when Jerome Wade had the under 20. And he had them in a short period of time.
Yeah.
And you could see the cultural expression of us beating down the wings, using the midfield with Tyree McGee and attacking the Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? Meron Garden, who is supposed to be one of our best, and Fuzzy, I saw him playing earballs against the Guatemalans, basically keeping the team in a defensive posture until we were down 1-0. Then the real us came out. Then we started attacking the Guatemalans with the ball on the ground. And from what I saw, we were basically playing down to the Guatemalan until that point. Then we came out of our shell. To me, it's a confidence problem. And the first thing we need to ask these coaches when we select them is, do you have confidence to play your cultural style of football? Because if you're going to drag these kids in, and they were good kids, I don't see anything wrong with none of them. We had the quality to beat anybody in front of us. Is, can you play a culture? We are where are you? Who's going to distribute the ball? Where are those PhD attacking forward? Or are you going to come with some madness of ear ball 101? Stay in your half, hope that you get a win. I mean, this is what I've been seeing from the under 20 with Fuzzy to the under 17. It's the same thing. They come out with this defensive ear ball posture until they're down 1-0. And then the real us come out. You know what I'm saying? No, these are supposed to be our brightest coaches. So something is wrong.
Yeah.
The other coach that I've seen who plays that way is Tiga with Arnett. Arnett just attacks. I can relate to them. I mean,
what I will say though, Kyle, I think I said it earlier that I think a lot of these coaches are trained to teach people to coach, but they are not the best people to coach people to play. And I think that is part of the issue. So they can help you to be a good coach, but they can't coach you to be a good player. That is my
right.
That is my.
But man, how can we talk about coaching in an international competition when I have 2 weeks with players, right? the coaching starts someplace else. You're just talking about systems and structure. International level, 2 weeks can't coach nobody. Talk about coaching, which is guidance. We tell you how to play football versus I'm a system.
Cranky.
Go ahead.
Whether it's two weeks or 2 months, these coaches coming with the same mentality. Defend,
but Kyle, I don't agree though. I think the problem is we can't keep. Look, we've said this numerous times. I went to watch us in Orlando. So when you're on TV watching the game, guys, you all should know this because you all watch football. It look easy, when you watch a team way up high and the camera show you everything, look perfect, feel look perfect, easy to make a pass. When you're watching the game close up at ground level, you can truly assess a player and their capability. It's a different look. And when you see the players up close and personal, you watch Ravel up close and personal, and when call any other player, you watch them up close, you realize some people can keep the ball and comfortable on it, and it's a baby and they love to nurse it. Some people don't have that capability. That's a lot of the time when you boot the ball upfield, you don't want to take the risk of losing it. So therefore you boot it upfield and hope it goes away and somebody go chase and try to get it. If I can't keep the ball in tight space and make quick decision and good decision, that's a difficult thing to do. It may look easy on TV because you watch the Premier League, it's a difficult skill.
But
Cranky. Cranky. Hold on, caller. Yeah. Let me say something. I said that on a program because I was at the Jamaica versus Argentina match. And I said it on a program because I was there watching the play and stuff like that. And I said it on a program. The guy was playing wing back. I think it was Brown. And Di Maria was over the other side. And Di Maria was killing him. And the other wing back, you understand, wasn't playing too bad. And I was like, yo, Brown are dead over there so because Di Maria. And the people must say, foolish me attack. And I said, no, I see it with my eyes. I am seeing it. I'm knowing what I got. You watch it on your TV. And what I see Di Maria killing Brown over there. And the other wing back is playing much, much better. Even Damian was saying, yo, come in. It was like, and the same thing. When you're seeing it on your TV and when you watch, it's two different things.
Yeah, ground level, a high level, watch it from a height and ground level. And if you play football, you understand, so it's not as simple as it looks, right? But we don't keep the ball really well. Because the question is, what system am I playing? How am I moving off the ball? How am I creating space to allow the player to get the ball? How do I receive the ball? How do I move the ball? All those things are important in the game, And sometimes we haven't taught those fundamentals well.
Hold on, wait. We don't keep the ball. We don't keep the ball very well because we start out from a point of defeatism. We start out as a point of defensive and then air ball. Okay, and like you said, that results in one thing: chasing the ball. Why we can't start out from how we play when we're in high school and the JPL? You know what I'm saying? Hold the ball and attack it on the ground level. Listen, you can't tell me that any one of those under 17 teams had anything over us. None of them. When we played Guatemala, from what I saw, this coach was trying to use our height to basically outplay the Guatemalans, which was silly. Because if our passing game is better than the Guatemalans, why not use it? Why not play to your strength? If your wingers are better than the Guatemalans, why not use them? If your overlappers are better than the Guatemalans, why not use them? Not until we were down 1-0, then you saw us come out of that shell. And guess what? The Guatemalans had nothing over us. You saw that.
All right, Kyle.
So why start from a point of defeatism?
Yeah.
Why?
I agree with what you're saying, Kyle. Let me say this to the persons watching, and then I'll let Cranky and T-Gat give their own response. But here's where I agree with you, Kyle. That in the last 10 years of my observation, watching all the leagues, the teams that generally win schoolboy football and at the Premier League level are the teams that do what Kyle is saying. So let's look at even the last season in schoolboy football. Who won the Costa Cup? Clarendon College, a team that passes the ball very well. They do a lot of passing. Under 16, under 14, the same thing. When you look at the Premier League, who won Premier League? The Harbourview team that passes the ball very well. So when you look at the truth is, no one can really find, even in our local football, teams that play this long direct style that win the JPL or the schoolboy football. So if it is not working in our local league that is not the best quality, how do we then have coaches who bring it to the international level? I think somebody said it earlier. We have to make up our minds, especially at the youth level, to look at under 15 and under 17 as development. Meaning, when you see them playing, let them pass the ball. And if we lose passing it, it is better than lose
Thank you.
playing it long.
Thank you.
And so that I agree with
Thank you.
Kyle that we almost go into these tournaments to defend first and hope to score. I don't think we're going to that's where I agree with you, Kyle.
Manning,
Yeah.
Manning, to me, it's like you're teaching them to speak another language in the middle of a test. That is what that is. Because you cannot have youths or adults who have been playing one way all your life locally. And then you put them in this environment and say, okay, change what you're doing. And this is your big test. It doesn't make sense. Okay, that is number one. And number two, look at CONCACAF. Everybody is playing the passing ball. Everybody is playing the passing ball, even those lower than us. And they are willing to go down playing their cultural style of the passing ball. Why are we coming with this madness? To me, it's like our coach are on the big stage saying, listen, I am going to show you that I'm smarter than everybody by playing something totally different than what I'm used to at home. It is madness. It just doesn't make sense. And the only conclusion I can come up with is that these coaches lack confidence to play our cultural passing ball. The only person I saw who played that cultural style was Jerome Waite. And we gave the Mexicans and everybody hell. And we barely lost out on that. I think it was that under 23 or under what?
Under
20. Right. Barely lost out. I was proud. When we went down. Oh, right? Yo, I was proud. My God, man. I am sick of it. And, we can't blame the players. We cannot blame the players. We had quality down there to beat that Guatemalan team. Came out after we were down 1-0.
I will say that, to be fair, though, of all the teams that we played, that Guatemalan team really passed the ball better than any other team that we played. They were very good on the ball. So I'm not saying that we couldn't beat them, but they played us better than Costa Rica. They were passing the ball around. They were nutmegging people. They were piling Jamaican. They were cutting them. So I will tell you that I would say that the Guatemalan team, to me, in terms of possessing and passing the ball, is the best team that we played against. So
they were a good test.
And maybe it's a home crowd, but I would have to give that to them.
Yes, you take nothing away from them, but my thing is, when we were down 1-0, we rose to their standard. You know what I'm saying? So how is that possible? We played one of the best passing teams in the under 17. And we were looking like crap until we were 1-0 down, and then we slowly rose to their standard. How is that possible? The conclusion, again, is confidence. It's confidence. It's simple as that. Because this man, Meron, has an A license, so he has the knowledge. So what is lacking? Confidence. Simple as that. Anyway, generals, I'm gone. I'm here watching the program and keep up good work. But when you interject in your conversation, ask that question, where is the confidence? Where is the Jamaican confidence to play our style of football? Because this long ball thing is not our ball game. It is not. Simple as that. Anyway, take care.
Yeah, man. All right. Respect, Carl. Thanks for the call. Cranky, what say you?
So when you're using analogies to substantiate your argument, you gotta really be objective in your analogies. Sounds strange to say that. So if you're gonna use Clarendon College as an example, where Lenny goes around and recruit the best players over the years, if you think about way back in my days to now, Clarendon College was one of the best teams. They bring players on the corporate area everywhere. They're the best players, man. They can keep the ball, and it management in football. You think about it. In today's football, the better teams, the better technical teams keep the ball.
Yeah.
Man City keeps the ball. Barcelona keeps the ball. Arsenal now management even out kept the ball against Man City the other day. That's the system the coach play, and he recruits players for his system management to keep the ball. When Spurs play Man City management, they play counter-attack and they can't keep the ball. Guardiola's never beaten Spurs at their place management. Let me repeat. Guardiola's won 4 championships Premier League. It's never been Tottenham at Tottenham. They play counter-attacking. They say, you know what? You want to keep it? We're going to stay low and attack you. What point I'm trying to make is this. Your technical capability allows you to have what Kyle want to call confidence, and we say ability on the ball management. To be able to move the ball around, go around your man, make a pass here or there, move the space and get the ball. That's your technical ability management. I've said this continuously. We're not there technically. And if you watch us play, it's very obvious. And also, we don't move enough to create the space to receive the ball, to allow the passer to, feel comfortable putting the ball where it's supposed to be. So if we're going to keep saying our style of play, I thought we always hear in this forum that we don't have a style of this. So we have one now. We're saying we're a short passing team.
No, I think what you were saying is that culturally, which is true, Jamaica always have these very, like, you go
culturally, we like short ball. We don't, there's a between like something playing it and a certain level management.
No, what I'll say is that culturally, Jamaica always had these wingers. Like, we may not produce a lot of good defenders or midfielders, but Jamaica always have, what you call them, Shiffy Boos, Ricardo Fuller, the Jermaine Johnson, Roderick Reed, Pepsi, Ali Rose.
My name's man. Where's most of the ball played on the football field?
No, man.
I
am agreeing with you, I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying is that what he's speaking to is that you don't even see that part of the game. Like, I didn't see a Jamaican in this tournament that looked like he could shift, what we'd call shift a person. I don't see one.
Yeah.
So where was that? I did, like, AQ was at the game, said this. He said that the teams that we played, the players on those teams not just moved the ball, but they were faster than the Jamaicans. In Jamaica, we have a thing where we say the player is fast and foolish. There was no fast player in the Jamaica. Well, only the number 19.
Here's where coaching coming to the game, man. Here's where coaching coming. We played Costa Rica. The number 10 came on second half, man. They played in the first half, right? I think they want to go too easy, so they want to play. Look at who the best player. He came on the game for the field. First of all, you know how South America and Costa Rican are. If you were the 10, you're probably the most skillful player on the team. More often than not, if you're a Costa Rican and you're South American, he came on. The first two ball he touched, you can tell he was much better than probably anybody on the field. You as a coach, then have to say, you know what? How do I shut down that player? Because he's the orchestrator, he's the instigator on the field. He's going to facilitate play. We didn't change our play. We didn't play a box on one like you see Man U did against Man City when they had Fred mark out De Bruyne out the game. Because people do that something, management. Let me cut off the head, like a quarterback cut off the heads, so he can't make any passes, he can't influence the game, and they may be lost. Because they were lost in the first half without him in the management. He came on, changed the game. Now the red card, obviously, changed the entirety of it. But management, sometimes in the game, that's where coaching come in, and you can pivot in the game, and your game management rears itself and allows you then to differentiate yourself. We haven't done that. So I know I've talked enough, T got to jump in, but I say my final thoughts is that two things. One is we have to get the head straight, which is those who are running the program, and everything else should fall into play. And my last thing is that I was told yesterday by somebody management, well said, 6 players from the US team came from overseas. US don't need under 17 players money from overseas management. They have enough players here. 6 players supposedly came from overseas, which tells you they're all about winning and all about building the next level of players for the next World Cup and the World Cup after that. Go ahead, Tigo.
Tigo, you're muted.
Yeah. Okay. My cranky, I don't know what to say. Just my pressure. I have to watch my phone. I watch my pressure go up and stuff like that. You understand? But I don't know what else to say about the Jamaican football. You understand? I don't know what to say. I've been reading some of the comments and stuff like that, and some of them are really see what is going. Like TikTok is saying some stuff. I don't. Anyway, but it's just
don't pay attention to the comment section, man.
Yeah. It's just really embarrassing for us to be here discussing this. If we look at, let's just put the tournament that we just played. We play 4 matches, and Mr. Speed said 5 person only with A license, and we only win 1 match. 1 match out of 4 matches, and we send the top coaches. We send our best coaches that is in the island. As gone into the paper. As gone into paper is the best coaches that we have. 5 of them, not even 1. 5. We send 5 of them down there, and the football look worse. That's what we ever think about. You understand? And they say we're moving forward. If they wanted to make the point that we're moving forward, you understand? They should have come out with a result now. They should have qualified and say, bring it to the people and say, see, this is what we have. 5 person went down there with license and we qualified for the World Cup. Now, this is the way to go. No, you can't convince me that this is the way to go. This cannot be the way to go. It cannot be the way to go. Cannot be the way to go.
Yeah. And one of the things I learned, like I see like a Leon Bailey is probably a good example. Like the teams that he has gone, he does some things. You know what? Let me not use Leon Bailey. Just Nicolas Pepe. Let's use Wilfred Zaha at Crystal Palace. Now, Wilfred Zaha has some natural ability to get past people and play, right? And I don't think coaches try to tell him, don't do that, but they have trained him when to do it. I think we have poor coaching, and you know this, Cranky, and that one of the hardest things to do in life, let me say it this way, is to get people to unlearn things. Because it's easier to learn something new than to unlearn something old. It's a very hard thing. So when you have players and you basically coach them out of what you call the brocky-boo business, instead of saying, listen, I'm going to teach you when to do this and where on the field to do it. I feel like that has become a part of our problem. We have spoken out against, oh, you're too fast and foolish. I saw Arsenal, for example, use a Theo Walcott. He was not ostracized by England, but they found a way for a time to use his speed to their advantage. Our coaches, I think, need to look at these things, and instead of like trying to coach it out of the players, just coach them the thinking part of the game so they can make better decisions using those natural abilities that they have. Like I think like they do, which is probably one of the things I'd give Craig Butler some credit for. Like he doesn't tell his players, don't do that, don't shift nobody, but he kind of teaches them where to do it and when to do it, which is, I think, is a general principle that needs to go across our football. And maybe that is one of the things that is affecting it. I don't know how you feel about that, because I don't think like they have Arsenal told Martinelli, they didn't stop him. Many people are saying that him just dribble. But they have found a way to use those things in the Arsenal system to still bring the best out of him by making him a wiser player. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
I don't think Martinelli is a good example. I think Martinelli is what you're talking about. He's very confused. Now he's trying to pass, and he doesn't know how to pass, so his game has gotten stunted. So normally he would take the ball, dip right, and go down the byline. Now he's trying to pass the ball, and half his pass to get to the opponent. So, but the concept is right, which is let kids play with freedom to like 12, 13, then have them go in a structure where they learn a team game. That's the way I view it. Let them go learn all the tricks in the park when they're in their junior coming through. So when they get to a certain level, those are differentiating qualities they can exhibit on the field. Don't restrict them from learning those tricks, right? It's like you play basketball. When you're very, very young, you learn all the tricks on behind the back. When you go to a structured environment at NBA, it's a different way of playing. But those tricks come into play when you have to differentiate yourself.
Yeah.
Very important.
Yeah. All right. The other thing I want to probably, one of my fellow vloggers did a show today, and they were talking about players complaining that they weren't called by the national team. You know, the coach called up a camp, right? local players to work with. I mean, which I don't believe that many of them will. To be fair, I don't believe like many of these players will be in our squad for Mexico. But I think it's a good thing because some of the players are learning, right? So if you know how this came together, remember when the coach came, he had a game, and what he did, he took a lot of the players who were on that trip to Austria. So most of the local players were the players on the trip to Austria that we had because they had taken some local players. So a lot of those players were not at Mount Pleasant. Now, one of the arguments that was raised is that the coach only watched Mount Pleasant, so that is why so many Mount Pleasant players are in the present call-up. All right? So I wanted to address that and then make a couple of points. So one, the players were at other clubs when they were called, and then they transferred and they are at Mount Pleasant. So they were called before they were in the pool that he was going to work with before they got to Mount Pleasant. The only players who are Mount Pleasant players that were called is Alwyn Harvey, who went to Austria, and the other one is Sule McCullough, right? All the other players were called before. That's number one. So when the coach called these players, all the players from the Eric Edwards at Arnett Gardens and Simpson at centre back from Arnett and Ajuma Johnson from Arnett and Arborn from Arnett, they were playing good football. The Kyle Ming from Cavaliers, the Atkinson from Cavaliers, the Richard King from Cavaliers, the Jadine White as the goalkeeper from Cavaliers, and one other players, they were playing at that point good football. The Harborview players were playing good football. He called 3 schoolboys. And so this idea that the coach is only watching Mount Pleasant and that is why is not true. Because didn't he call Dujon Whisper Richards? Didn't he call Okino Jones? And didn't he call Malachi Douglas, who were playing schoolboy football? So I believe that the players who were called at the time in their position were the best players. And what others must do is come and prove themselves. Because at the end of the day, it's just a local training camp. Because I don't believe that when we go and play in Mexico, I don't see how 5 of these players can make the squad. If you look at the Mikel Antonio, the Ethan Pinnock, and so I don't know what is the halabaloo about. Seeing that they're not going to be the final squad.
You will never have consensus. You will never have consensus. We won't always agree on every single player that get called in the management. We all have our preference in terms of players and their capability, and we all view things differently, right? So there should be, if you have 20 players, we should all be consistent on 15, and you're debating 5, basically. But you think there's 5 more people out there who should be preferred for those 5. So you'll never have consensus. So.
Yeah. But what I will say is that, listen, there are the players in the league, big up Osimis, saying that I couldn't identify key passes and follow game plan by him. And he's talking about the under-17 coach. He says, after I came to the US in 96, start training with Real Salmos, a semi-pro team, the coach looked at me and say, I can tell you was never been coached before. I understand later in life what he meant. Which is what happened to me. So I remember I went to play football outside of Jamaica, and they asked me that question. They asked me, like, have you ever played on a team? They said that to me. They say, man, you can control.
Yeah, dribble. You should dribble a lot. Honest man, I think we all experienced that. I was in the military playing for the military team. I was playing center forward. When the ball came to me, when the whole management never came back out, it went in that hole and got lost. So we all have gone through that. If you grew up in an era where dribbling was the key to differentiate yourself, that's how you play.
Yeah, so that's what they wanted. Because I said, this man, it's like you're an individual on a team. So they were basically asking that. And it wasn't about the controlling or the passing, right? But so a lot of Jamaicans experience that. You don't tackle. You wait on the ball. You wait. As soon as your team win the ball, you start getting into position to get it. But when they
when
don't,
you play forward, you don't tackle. That's for the people behind you to go win and give it to you. That was the concept, yes.
But what I'll say is to the players out there, you all need to step up, man. Right? For example, I know people are saying that Alex Marshall should be called up. Alex Marshall has played like 2 games in the league. He wasn't playing any football. How on what premise must he be called up? Man need to work and put in the work. The national team must not be, or even a training camp, something for people to just walk into. It must be on merit. You must be playing well and be the best player in your position. And I am fine as long as the coach is picking the best players in their position. And if nobody is better, not because you were called up before you deserve a call up. You must be the best player in your position to be called up to the team.
Man, we have always complained about the conflicts of interest and the partiality in how we make our selections for the national team. We now have a coach that is a foreigner, is not Jamaican. He comes in with a clean slate. I think he's going to select players based on what he sees and what he knows and what the scouting has told him. He's not pick players because he has some affiliation or some affinity for some players. He may have affinity for a style of play and how the player fits his system, but he's not going to pick you because, you know what, you play for his team, you're a friend with the person's brother or sister, whatever that conflict may be that suggests you may not be objective. So I think we should give the coach a chance to pick the player that he believes fits his system and see what the outcome is. He's going to be judged based on the outcome.
Normally, right? When you come to a game at Draxal, right? There are always at least 10 coaches from Europe at the game. They're always there. Different. Mount Pleasant just brings in different coaches from all over Europe. So normally, you have like Busby and is you Busby is his name. He's normally there, and the new national coach is normally there. And you sit around these coaches and you listen, and they will say, "Look at him. Know that he doesn't have the ball. Why does he have his head down?" Like players who get called to the national team playing football, and while the game is going on, he's like walking like he's not even in the game until the ball comes to that side. He gets active, and you don't. I'm realizing that we don't realize these things because we just pay attention to who have the ball. But I realize that a lot of the coaches, when they sit around them, they are looking at the players, what they are doing without the ball. And I think a lot of our Jamaican players, Cranky, you would be shocked. I put it to you. Watch a JPL game again and don't pay attention to where the ball is at. And look at the other players that you can see on the field. You would see 2 players having conversation. I'm telling you, when players active in the other half, like that, it would be like they're talking about what they did at a party last night. On the field, I'm seeing these things, and I'm saying that. And then these players should go and play international football.
And then they're playing the top league. It's our top league, they're playing that.
That's what I'm saying. This is our top league. This is our top league. I don't know if it happens in the EPL that the ball is playing and you go to the sideline while the ball is on the other side playing and get water from your team on the bench and I drink it. And the ball is still playing. I see these things in the JPL. Maybe it happened in the other leagues, but I can't remember watching an Arsenal game or a City game or a Liverpool game. I can't remember watching Brazil or France and these teams and seeing Mbappe while the ball is playing go to the sideline and get some water to drink. And these are some of the things our players need to fix. There was a game played and the player was playing good. You know what was a big turn off? I was sitting beside somebody was looking at it and say, hey, he's a good player. A free kick was here, Cranky. The man lift up him shirt and draw down him shorts. I show him boxers and like and everybody I say, yo, what are you doing? You're on TV. It is some of them are so unprofessional, they don't even realize it.
But is that the player or the coaching? No, so let's back up. Let's back up, right? So you're talking about coming to the youth system, I know the JPL, and you're still exhibiting those we call like a professionalism. Is that the player, or how they've been brought up through the system to learn what good looks like and how to make good decisions in any environment that they're in, whether in their personal environment or on the field? That's part of the whole equation of management. How you have been groomed, how you have been counseled, how you've been guided, how you've been managed, that allow you to realize when you get to that level, putting your shots down to show your box on the field is not the right way to approach things.
Yeah, but
that's part of the whole coaching. That's part of the whole guidance and
you know what is
mentoring.
right. You know what is right, and you guys in this, when you're in the States, you know this. The younger the age group is, the smaller the space, and why they do that is so if they're playing like under 7, they play in a small space and they play like 5v5, because here's what they want. They want everybody to be involved in the game. In Jamaica, here we do. When we play under 7, we play on a large surface and we play like 6-a-side. So some players just stand on the field and they don't touch the ball. There are a lot of kids who play and they are 3 stars. And the 3 stars are told to keep the ball and get the ball and go and score. So when they get to 15, they stand on the field because there's normally a star that everything is channeled through. And they are and it happens at the highest level. And those things need to be dealt with from under 7, under 9. We need to change this idea that at under 11, you put 2 big players out there and everybody must kick the ball to them and them must go and score it. You go to I don't know if you, but when I'm in this, you go there, nobody's playing to win anything. Everybody get something when the competition is done, because it's not about winning. It's not about winning. And that is because it's about winning. Some kids make the team and never touch the ball. You can play a game and then never touch the ball. I'm telling you, in Jamaica, like, what is the sense? So when they get to 16 and 17 and 18 and 19, they stand on the field and they walk up and down doing nothing. They're just lingering about like football is not being played.
So Mannings, my question is this. Does the A license, the coaching system, supposed to change all of this?
I love somebody who has one. Legos or somebody who have that. I would love to hear the persons who have the license to tell me how do they deal with things like these. But the truth is, here's the problem. The A license coach is not going to coach prep school. That is the problem. When I'm on an A license, a Premier League and the national team he want to coach. So what they do, they send the lowest level coaches to where the fundamentals are needed the most. You understand that, Cranky?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah?
It makes sense.
But that is the problem.
Yeah, but it's hard if you don't have enough. Unlike Spain, think about country per capita, A licensed coaches, right? People like Spain permeates their society. We don't have that, right? Whether it's the cost to go assume the license, whether it's the people capability to go get the license. So what you have to do is sort of flood the system with those coaches. I try to get them to get the accreditation to be able to get the license, to then allow them to be able to coach throughout the entirety of the football system. But you don't have that today, management. It'll take a while to do. That's why you need a strategy management, a holistic strategy that incorporates that element into that strategy, right? Which is part of it is how do I improve the coaching overall to bring people through the system, to develop the players and bring people through the system. You need that part of the whole strategy, as you call it, that whole manifesto in terms of the plan for the football program. That's what you need.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, like some of these things we need to fix in the football. You cannot have kids competition, and it is about winning. You think you can go to Arsenal and tell them that, well, at under, there you go, at under 10, I was the prep school champion of Jamaica? Who cares? No, nobody. Barcelona don't care about that. Real Madrid don't care about that. They don't care about that. There you go. 5v5, 7v7. Age after 12, you move up to 11v11. And you play it on a size field where you cannot hide from the ball. You have to be involved because that's what you want to do. And some of those things need to happen. Jason, man, I can easily name 6 players who had to come back home and revert back to dominating JPL. 6 players who have come back home and they are dominating the JPL this season. Who is dominating the I need to know 6 of those players who are back in Jamaica dominating the JPL. Yeah. I need to know. No, man, but leader this morning was on the program basically talking about the players who were called. And he wasn't being genuine because he knows that the players were not. The coach cannot watch Mount Pleasant alone because every time Mount Pleasant is playing, they play against somebody. And he only goes there when there are 2 games. So there are 4 teams. One, of course, is Mount Pleasant. It don't. And we can't create this kind of a narrative because you're already painting a picture as if the coach is picking players from Mount Pleasant because he lives in St. Anne. And these things are not good for the football. And that is why I want leader to come on and call and address that. He needs to come on and call and address that because the players that he referred to, these players, like I said, they are not originally from Mount Pleasant. They just so happen to be transferred there. But TikTok is saying surely a coaching curriculum includes how to deal with discipline. That's what I need to hear from somebody. Mr. Speed, are you watching? Call in. Or I don't want to call you out of the blues, you know. Before the game, I need somebody to tell me who have done the coaching thing to tell me about that. Right? All right, Cranky, I know you have to run soon. We haven't spoken about the mighty Arsenal back at the top of the league.
I don't think most of the audience want to hear about Arsenal and where we are. Unless you're a Gunners fan, the Man U fan, the Liverpool fans, I don't think they want to hear about our team and how we're doing. And as I said before, we have to be humble. When you win, you just don't, brag about winning. You just take it with a grain of salt and say, on to the next game.
On to the next game. You're still not coming out to say that Arsenal can win the league.
No, I'm not saying that. Actually, I don't think we'll win the league.
Really?
I think we have a chance. I think it's going to be tough to win the league. We haven't been playing well. We beat Villa, but think about how we scored the last goal. We were down 1-0, 2-1. The goalkeeper scored our own goal and gave us the last goal. So even though we had chances in the game, we have given up how many goals in the last 2 games? 5 goals. So, City missed a ton of goals against when they played Nottingham Forest. So I'm going to be cautiously optimistic that we can win, but I'm not going to get carried away.
All right. I know you have to run. Enjoy the rest of the day, man.
You do the same.
Yeah, man.
Take care.
All right then. All right, so that was Stan Cranky. Yeah, proper coaching is vital. Yeah, let me just state this one. Because to a youth, because a person can coach a player the wrong way, having that player stuck in the way of playing. That's what I'm saying. And then it becomes hard to unlearn. All right. This one says, what are your thoughts on Walker returning to Jamaica? I'm surprised. Yeah, but remember he had an accident. He had an accident, that may have affected his contract, I believe. And so he had to, I think he didn't re-sign, and instead of not playing any football, I think he came back to Jamaica to reset. I don't see him in Jamaica beyond the summer. I think once the summer window opens up, he's gone again. So I think it is good that he can at least keep himself active until that point. I don't have a problem with that. What I would have a problem if and also he could impress the coach in that time because he has become a fringe player right now. given that he's not playing. So that I can understand. However, I think he needs to go back or move by the summer, or else it's curtains for him in terms of overseas. Ligo says you do coaching license to learn the fundamentals of the game, so you have to approach the course as a blank page and try your best to absorb the information. All right, Ligos. But do they when people, I have not done what they are doing now. I have not done those courses. So I know some of the material that is there. I cannot speak to them, so I don't know in the details if in the courses it involves and include things like how to develop the 7 and the 9 and the 10 and the 11-year-old. What I know that in terms of playing time on the field, the smaller the space is, the better it is. All right. I'm going to try and see if I can get Leader to come and explain what he was saying about the national coach. So let's see. I don't want to get into him, get into what he was saying without. Yeah. Fresh God, how you doing? How the likes going? Thanks for the subscriptions and the likes going well. Yes, Leader. Leader.
Hello?
Yeah, Leader, man, how you doing?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, man, calling you back.
Hello?
Yes, Leader, you're not hearing me?
Hello?
Hello, we are hearing you, you know.
Hello?
Leader, we're hearing you.
Hearing a man is there, hear me.
So how you know see a man is on the phone and you not hear him?
Hello?
How you know see a man is man and him not hear? Eh? How Leader know see a man is man and him not hear me? Hey, man, that's trick Leader. I'm calling back. And I wonder if trick Leader trick me. Oh, he might try to call me back. All right, hold on. Think he's trying to call back. Hello?
Yes, sir. You're calling me a while ago.
Yeah, man. Right. So I heard you earlier on a show. I think it was on MG talking about the players from Mount Pleasant on the team.
I didn't speak about any player. I typed about it.
Okay, you communicated about players from Mount Pleasant on the team. Why? Yeah. What is the problem you have with players from Mount Pleasant?
I don't have a player. I just made a clarification. I don't think, if you saw what I typed,
what did you type?
I don't think there's, obviously you didn't see it then.
No. What did you type?
Management.
No, man, telling people what you type. Just God have mercy, man. We don't bother with the semantics. Go ahead.
I said that when you look at and it's not the final selection, when you look at the players that were invited to the training camp for the match against Cameroon and the matches that were played in Austria, yes, a number of those players are at Mount Pleasant. A number of them are there. I didn't say they were there at the time, right? But a number of them are there now. So it's nothing unusual. Hold on.
Go ahead.
So it's nothing unusual if we see, a majority of those players coming from Mount Pleasant. I was actually justifying it. I didn't have a problem with it.
Okay.
Because when I see what I did say, what I did say to an ear was that I don't have a problem if all of the better players come from one club. And I gave an example of the 2011 time when the Jamaica qualified for the Under-17 World Cup. And I mentioned that after that, people had an issue with too many players coming from one club, which I think is ridiculous. If all of the players coming from a club are good and are the better ones, and the team, well, I know, and the team is dominating, I have no problem. But if you bring in a lot of players from one club and the team is not dominating,
didn't you say that they have all of these players from Mount Pleasant and they are not dominating? Did you say that?
I said something to that effect.
No,
I would
man.
imagine, because I said,
All right.
I just told it, but
All
I
right.
just repeated
No,
it. I
no, man.
said,
No,
the only way, listen, no, hold on. And I did some on present now that I said that I only have an issue if you have a number of players and your team is not dominating.
Were you speaking in reference, when you made that statement, were you speaking in reference to Mount Pleasant?
I said, and let me go over it again. I mentioned that 2011, a team carried Jamaica to the World Cup with 8 players from one club. And I said that team, however, dominated over a 4-year period all of the competitions they played. And I said, if you're going to have a majority of players from any one club, no problem. I support it 110%. If the team is dominating, if the team is not dominating and he's head and shoulders above everybody else, then now you must have an issue.
Okay, so do you have an issue with the amount of players from Mount Pleasant in the team?
If Mount Pleasant was what was the Mount Pleasant result yesterday, Manny?
Nilal versus Harborview.
Harborview. Okay. And okay, I won't bother go too far back. But man, look here now. Let's look at it. Reasonable. Mount Pleasant. And let me just go a particular match I remember right off the top of my head, because I watched and I personally was disappointed. Hold on, man, just give me my time now.
Didn't you say
I was disappointed when I saw the match, because the match was between Cavalier and Mount Pleasant.
Hold on. Were you at the game?
I watched the entire game.
Here's what I'm asking. Were you at the game?
No, I was not at the game, sir.
The game was not televised, so how did you watch the game?
How did I see the game? I'm trying to remember how I saw it.
Tell me how you saw it, because it wasn't televised, and you were not at the game.
No. I don't remember how I saw the game,
No, you must remember. It must be on Sportsmax or on YouTube. Only 2 places. Unless you have
No, hold on. No, I saw that game. I don't remember what. By the way, hold on, man. Let me tell you something. Games aren't, hold on. Now, let me just ask you something here. I don't actually even mention this. You know that all of the Mount Pleasant matches are videotaped, right?
Okay. So, let me just ask you who you
want. Well, let me just tell you one thing. And you're aware that there are people at Mount Pleasant that used to be at Medieval that are my former players.
Me know
that. I saw the game. Well, let me just go on to it. Hold on, man. Let me just go into a little fact, right? The fact of the matter is, the match when you played against a team that the average age was about 21, and it had 16 and 17-year-old youngsters on the team, and you are having supposedly some of the better players, the better big men in the league, and you did not wipe this team into the ground. I was disappointed with what I saw. I was disappointed. And I can tell you that too, that other people I can't call names, that other people were disappointed in what. I got a call from somebody at the match connected to Mount Pleasant. That when they asked me about some players that were playing for Cavalier that was on the field, I had to laugh, because when I told them, say, that player is only he's only 16, and then we were talking about where he came from. But I won't go. As I said, Mount Pleasant, for a fact, if you look at some of their results, they have not been head and shoulders. I expect Mount Pleasant, and I'm going to say this. I know some people might say, "Boy, Mr. Maxwell, they should win. They should. Right, everybody out there expect them to, but they're not dominating at that extent that you would expect a team with that type of ammunition and stuff.
So you see how I've listened to you? So let me give you some of the persons that played for Cavaliers that day. Dwayne Allen, how old is he?
Dwayne Allen?
Yeah.
Dwayne Allen when that match played.
It was played on the 4th of December.
Hold on.
Man, I'm just giving you the date.
21. 21.
It was played on the 4th of December.
And when it was played, by the way, he was 21. He wasn't 21.
Okay, he was 20.
He was
Fine.
20.
Richard King.
Richard King, when it match actually played,
the 4th of December.
King,
last year.
He would have been
you never
21.
You never tell me. You can 20.
Oh, to the point. The average age I'm giving you is I'm actually right.
No,
so hold
on.
Anyway, continue. Go on. Continue.
I'm giving you the Cavaliers. I'm giving you the Cavaliers.
Come on, go ahead.
All right. Dwayne Allen, Richard King, Dwayne Atkinson, Giovanni Lane, Gadiel Irwin.
You're just running through now.
Oh, sorry. All right. But I went to Dwayne Allen.
Allen and Atkinson is the same age, roughly.
All right. Yeah. Richard King.
1 year older than them.
Giovanni Leng.
Leng, 2 years older than the two we talk about.
Gadiel Irwin.
3 years older than the ones we talk about.
Kyle Ming.
2 years older than the ones we talk about.
Ronaldo.
Go on, Ronaldo Barrett. He is 4 years younger. 4 years younger than the ones we talk about.
Yeah, well, you can't listen. Ronaldo Webster. Let me call the names.
Webster? Sorry about that. 1 year older than the ones we talk about.
Orlando Russell.
Russell was on the field starting in that match. What you going? You're going through the entire thing. Are you going through the
I'm going through the starting. Jaden White.
Jaden White, 2 years older than the 20s, 2022.
Colin Anderson.
3 years older.
All right. And the other two players that started was Christopher Ainsworth and Ronaldo Barrett.
And he would have been.
And you said
the other one would have been 16.
And you said the average age of the team that played Mount Pleasant was 16 years old.
I did not say 15.
What did
I never said no time. Even a while ago, I said the average age was around 21.
So you
some math, Martin.
Hold on. No. So all right. So sorry. My apologies. You didn't say that.
I never said.
Hold on. No. So so the average age you said of the Mount Pleasant of the Cavaliers team that played Mount Pleasant was 21. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. So Cavaliers and Mount Pleasant play with an average age team of 21.
Cavalier team was average age 21. No, tell me the Mount Pleasant average.
That's not. I'm not calculating.
If you look at that,
you're not giving me a chance to talk. You're not giving me a chance. All right, you go ahead. No, man, you go ahead.
No, man, go on. I'm listening, man. Right.
All right. So you said the average age was 21, and that a 16-year-old started, which is
and a 17.
And a 17-year-old. All right.
Yes.
Now, when you look at football, the starting 11 for Cavaliers, right? Haven't these players played many games for Cavaliers? They played against Harborview. Have these players played against Harborview?
I don't understand what the point is. No?
So just right. I just ask you.
They have played matches. They have been playing together. Some of them have been playing together for like from they have been 12,
so
13.
They have played against Harborview.
They have played against. All teams.
They have played against all teams because you're coming back because the point that you made when you made the call, you said this, that Mount Pleasant and Military Gunners program. Go back and listen to it. The average age you used, you say it's 21, fine, I'm going to give you that. I thought that on Military Gunners program, I thought you said 16 or 17.
No,
you said, no, man. So
right.
So I'm going to give that to you, right? You said I don't want to use the wrong word, but it was basically maraud. They were running all over Mount Pleasant.
No, I never said they were. They never said that either.
What did you say?
I said that I expected Mount Pleasant to have crushed those youngsters.
Did you?
And I was. They did not.
So
for me, hold on, man.
Leader, let
For
me
looking
finish.
at
All right.
all of these players that were at this level, elite level, Jamaican senior selectees, that they weren't able to do it with these junior players, I was disappointed. I said something, a signal that these players are not head and shoulders above this team of youngsters.
I don't like you keep because all right, you keep on. You see how the conversation going. It kind of messing up the whole how things going, because what is happening is that when you speak, it will keep shifting from one thing. I want you to go back and listen, because you spoke about on military gunners, you spoke about, you didn't use the word marauding, but you use a word suggesting to the people that Cavaliers were basically all over Mount Pleasant. Go and listen back to it.
No, I never said that.
Hold on. And that
I know exactly.
And that it took a Jamai Topi late goal for Mount Pleasant.
Right. 92nd or 93rd.
93rd minute to win the game. The point you are making is that Mount Pleasant as a team are not dominant enough for them to have so many players in the present call-up. That was the point you were making.
Take it as you will.
So that is the point you were making. You went on and you gave the whole example of Cavaliers, basically saying that when they had all of these players in the U-17 or whatever, they were the most dominant U team in Jamaica, and therefore it was warranted. You use that word, which is also suggesting, leader, that the fact that these Mount Pleasant players are in this team and they are not dominated, it is not warranted, because the point of military gunners stream was to suggest that the coach calling Mount Pleasant players, so many of them are wrong. So I am going to make my point right now.
I didn't say anything. I just gave an example. I said I have no problem with Mount Pleasant having so many if they are dominating the league. And I gave an example of the most recent I can remember, when one team had so many players in there. And I remember that, and I used it because I remember that. And I gave specific examples of why I would support it. I didn't say, I never said, I just, you take it, you understand it that way. I suppose.
But leader, if we're discussing, hypothetically speaking, today's program is about the biggest thieves, the biggest liars on social media platform. All right? And then Unseen calls in and he says, well, let me tell you about leader. I am not telling you that he's the biggest one, But you see, when it comes down to leader, if these things are being called up, we need to check out leader. What would the people walk away from that belief in leader?
Well, look here. He would have to back it up with some facts. Because what I did, I gave us two specific examples of why I support it. I said specifically again that if you are dominated, I'm not saying dominated over 1 year. I gave an example of a team that dominated over 4 years.
Would you mind me calling military gunner, and if I get through, ask him what did he gather? Or if somebody else was watching that program and listened to you, what did they make of your assessment of the ball?
I'm being specific. I have no problem with that team that getting 10 or 11 or 12 picks as long as they are dominant in the league. I have no problem. That's exactly what I said.
So leader, you have no problem.
And hold on. And I mean dominant, not over a couple of matches. I mean over we have 2 years and we see them dominant like that. I can say, yes, this team is not in a situation where we saw Hallgrimsson at one stage having so many players in the national setup. And I don't think...
Leader.
No, I'm just telling you something.
Leader.
Go on.
All right. So let's... because I can call military and stuff. So somebody, if you were watching...
But I'm being specific.
Oh, jeez and peace. Leader, why I can listen to you and you can't listen to me? Why you always, when you're on the programs and people talking, you always interrupting them? Let me go past that. So, Mount Pleasant have... So when this original thing came up, some of these players were actually at other clubs. And right, they were not Mount Pleasant players. So they were not called up, most of them, based on their performance. This call up, right, like I said, the Cavaliers game was on the 4th of December. The national coach took the job and was in Jamaica on the 4th of January, right? So let's put things into context. If you look at the table and look at the teams, you would see where Mount Pleasant was at on the table at that time. Remember, it is this December, so again, some of these players were transferred into the club.
Man, let me finish. One second.
No.
Just take down for 2 seconds and I come right back to you.
Okay. All right. So people, let me explain this. So when the players came into the team, the Mario Phillips was a transfer from Dumby Holden. Dyer, a transfer from Dumby Holden, right? Those two players. Kimani, right, so Dyer, Kimani Campbell, the Mario Phillips are transferred player. The coach called player who went on the Austrian tours, right? So the only player who did not go on the tour to Australia, who is a Mount Pleasant player, who the coach called, was Soleil McCullough. The only one who you could say, well, is among all the other players got called to the national team, with the exception of Soleil McCullough and Alwyn Harvey. Soleil McCullough, Alwyn Harvey were not Mount Pleasant players when they were being called. Topi was a Cavalier player.
Hold on there. This player that plays central midfield, there are about 2 of them there.
Alwyn Harvey and Soleil McCullough.
Not Alwyn.
Alwyn Harvey, Soleil McCullough.
Not Alwyn. Oh, God. Hold on, there's a guy that came from Cavalier. I just said, what's his name again? Bongo. I can't remember him right now.
Rankin was never called to the training camp. Never.
Oh, we're speaking about the actual training camp now.
So
okay.
What else?
No, man. Because I was going to mention Isaac Trainer. I was going to mention Isaac.
It wasn't that what military? I'm sticking to it.
No. Hold on. I was going to mention Isaac too. But let's go on. Continue what you're saying.
All right.
Continue what you're saying.
So the point I'm making, leader, is that for anyone to come out and say the coach suggests that the coach is, whether fair or unfair, calling Mount Pleasant player, it is bordering and being dishonest.
So, Manin, I'm going to give you a quick example of something you mentioned on your show just not too long ago, a couple of minutes ago. I heard somebody asked about
you just gone past what I'm saying. You're not going to answer me. You're going on different thing. You know.
No, it has to do with this. It has to do with this same thing now what you're saying. Is Alex Marshall included in the training camp?
You tell me, because you have more information than everybody concerning who in a training camp.
No, why I'm asking, I'm just going to say, if Alex Marshall is not, and you mentioned and you gave a reason why he should not, and I agree with it, because what has he done recently to warrant it? Okay? And I say this now, if you're going to go and say, boy, okay, it's because of what they were previously called. Alex Marshall was also previously called, right?
All right, so let's go to that. Seeing that you want to bring up that. Let's bring up that. So Alex Marshall was called by Paul Hall when we were supposed to play a match against Peru. He never made the team. Did he go to Austria with the team? Did he? Yes or no? Did he go to Austria? Yes or no?
I am not.
He did not. He did not. You know that. He did not. I said that the coach selected the player from the squad that went to Austria. He was not in it. So he would not be called because he was not playing any football. Is he a good player? Yes. But he has to. There are other players who play in Alex Marshall.
When you say he's not playing any football, isn't he playing for Portmore now?
How many games has he played for Portmore? How many?
Ask another question there. Hold
No. How many? Yes, he's playing for Portmore. I answered you. Answer my question.
I think two matches.
So
Now.
Alex Marshall, in how many months have played 2 games, and you are coming to present his name as a person supposed to be called?
Question.
Give me an ex-player. Give me an ex-player.
What's the forward that came back from? I was at Dunbeolin again the other day. What's his name again?
Bygrave.
I saw Bygrave. Yes.
What? You mean you just ask?
No, the thing is, I don't have the names. I can't swear no because
Bygrave was not called to the first camp that they had. He wasn't.
Has he been called?
The second camp that they had, so they had a first camp, they took a 2-week break. Then they had a camp for,
go on.
They had a camp for 12 defenders. These are 12 defenders that were in the previous camp. So out of the, the 20 players that they called, they had the second camp 2 weeks after where the coach worked on defenders. All right? They had a third camp last week. I think on Wednesday and Thursday, I think it was. You obviously are giving the impression that Bygrave was called. Are you saying that you can't? Me don't know. The camp was closed. I did not know. It was you who called and told me in my program.
If I had known, I could have found out. If I know you're going to go down this line,
you can find out. You can call and find out.
I'm sure you would know, but
listen,
you should know that because
why?
Let me put it this way.
Why?
If Bygrave was called,
you cannot call a person in if to make a point when you can find out. Why don't you take due diligence, find out before you even make the assertion?
Anyway, management, just tell me something if you agree with me. When Spain has X amount of players from Real Madrid, right? Is it justified? I just want to ask. Just let me know.
You have not answered my one question. And I will answer your question. I want you to answer me. Because I believe people listening to you this morning walked away that the coach is watching Mount Pleasant too much. That is why some of these players are in the team and they are not supposed to. All right? Was that the picture you were trying to paint? Why you suggested even the Cavalier example? It's a simple yes or no.
Okay. Hold on there. Okay, what I was saying, what I was saying, I support it. I was very specific what I said, and let me just say it again. Right. I said I support it 100%, having 10, 11 players from Mount Pleasant, and I said once they are dominating over a period, not over a couple of matches. If they win this year, and then they dominate again next year, and then they get 11 picks, I support it 110% because it's obviously that they're head and shoulders above most of the other teams and that they have a significant core that we draw from.
So let me ask you this.
And I gave a specific example why I would support
Listen,
it.
leader, let me ask you this. If, say, a final squad is named and Dwayne Atkinson makes it, say they select 7 of the local players to go and play in the Mexico game. Atkinson, Kyming, Richard King, and who again from Cavaliers got called? Jaden White. And those 4 players from Cavaliers make it. Would you have a problem? If of the 7 local players, 4 of them are from Cavaliers.
Yes, and I won't call any names. Some of them wouldn't have been warranted. I won't call any names.
Okay, all right.
Some of them would not be warranted.
Okay, so
I'm like, that's me. I don't make the manning. Let me just tell you something.
So, all right, let me bring down the number.
Anyway,
say Dwayne Atkinson, and Richard King. Hold on, man. Hold on.
Yeah,
Let me ask. Let me ask a question before you answer. No?
Yeah.
So, Demario Phillips from Mount Pleasant, right?
Which one? Not one. You have to name them.
Demario. But you can't manage, man. Yeah, me can't man. Every time interrupt. Just listen, man.
Sure, Paul. This is man is man. Make him talk, man. You talk
You
after,
frustrate me. You frustrate me for real. I mean, me can't manage because every time I say something.
I'll stop interrupting you, sir.
So Demario Phillips from Mount Pleasant is the one who make it. The Cavaliers end up getting Richard King, and they end up getting Busy Atkinson, right? Harborview gets who from Harborview in the camp? Staple from Harborview is in the camp, and I said Jeshan Anglin from Harborview. All right, Dumby. I think Portmore have what's his name? Austin, the wingback, right? So Portmore has that. Get Austin, the wingback. And Arnett Gardens get Eric Edwards. So those are the 7 local players. Would you say that is fair for Cavaliers, who is 3rd in the league, to have 2 players in there, and Arnett have 1, and Portmore, who is in 9th, I believe, gets a player in there? Would that be fair for Humble Lions? Would that be fair?
It's not the fairness. That is why I mentioned a case where back after 2011, the actual local thing started doing a quota thing, making sure that some clubs don't have, at the youth level anyway, they never do it at the senior, right? And some of the names that you mentioned there would not even warrant a place. Because when you look at Mount Pleasant, you have other players that would command a place easily. You understand? Because Topi has been a staple in local teams for a long time now.
So who at Mount Pleasant?
So there are certain names.
All right, let's just get simple. Who at Mount Pleasant should not have been invited to the camp?
I can't say that.
No, in your opinion. Your opinion.
No, I'm not going to say that.
Oh, but you believe? So how you are going to say? How you are saying to me that their players from Cavaliers would not be warrant in a 7?
And I don't call the names either.
No, here's what I'm asking you. Do you believe that there are players from Mount Pleasant?
And by the way, for a final squad, you said,
No, man.
A final squad you mentioned. I said, no.
All right.
There are players there that I know. That wouldn't warrant it. No, I didn't call it against them.
All right. People, somebody need to ask Leader the question. Unseen, let me talk to you, and then you ask Leader. Leader, in the training squad that was named, Alwyn Harvey, Jamai Topi, Demario Phillips, the goalkeeper Chambers, who is injured and out now, Trevante Stewart, Kimani Campbell, and Soleil McCullough. One question, Unseen. Can you ask Leader because he can't hear me? Is there a player? Ask Leader for me, Unseen. If of the players that I've named, are there players he believes should not have been invited to the training camp that the coach had? Ask him that for me, please.
Okay.
Sir Paul, you question?
I heard you specifically. Only 3 of those. I would only 3 names that you called. I would definitely have there. 3. Only 3.
To a training camp?
Yes, 3.
And this is because there are other players in the league playing better than them?
Yes.
When the coach called the squad, give me 3 players. Remember, no, I don't want to hear them on players. Give me 3 players that you think warrant a position who have been playing better in the league. Give me them. 3 names.
When the coach called the squad.
At the point when the coach called the squad, the first squad, give me 3 players.
That warranted a place in that squad?
Yes. Warranted a call-up. Based on form in the league. Or went into Austria. Give me 3.
No, we're going back to now. Hold on.
No, but the man with the team from
point? No, hold on. Manning, what is the point?
I'm talking
I am not going to call. Hold on. You know, one of the things I'm not going to do, go on with you, I'm not going to call any player's name. I'm not going to
but nobody say ever call nobody's name.
Just like how I do, I meant to hear what I mentioned to you. I say, when you mention certain players on Cavalier, I say, some of them I wouldn't warrant for them to be there. Just like all the same thing. When they call 5 players from Mount Pleasant, I said only 3. I'm not going to call any because a lot of those players from all of those various clubs, I know them personally, and I'm not going to go and...
Leader,
let me talk to you, man. Let me talk to you. Let me ask you.
Ask him, man.
So we asked a while ago, gone far from the point we are trying to make. Far. I said, we have said to you, one is man trying to tell us the team was selected based on what Hallgrimsson. Know already from the camp, going to Austria, right? So that's why I picked them players here, right? So when him come, he watch the league and him see some other players, them like, at the time, would have play well. And the players, them, me and really like, management can't tell you. They always fight against Mount Pleasant, right? No, when the players them they selected at the time, they were the players that were performing at the time. That's why them get selected.
All right, so let me ask him the question again. I'm not asking you, leader, to tell me the Mount Pleasant players who you want to be out. Here's what I'm asking you. Give me 3 persons who play football locally that you just think, boy, this person could have been given a looking based on their form at the point of the camp. Why? Like, I can't, you want me to give you an example?
That weren't called, right?
Then that may I ask you, what? I can't understand how it's so hard.
I was going to tell you McGregor, but McGregor was there. Okay.
So give me 3.
Hold on. Hold on there now. I didn't know this is where you were going to go.
That's why you have to listen.
No, I just want to just get where you're going based off of that first camp we're talking about now, right? Okay. Let me just run through my mind here quickly. There's a player.
So let's go squad by squad. Let me help you. Let me help you. We're going to go squad by squad.
There's a player Tivoli.
Which player Tivoli at the time when the squad was called? Because Tivoli was at the bottom of the league, you know.
It matters not. No. Hold on. That's another thing in a man. You cannot. You know, sometimes.
One is why we're gonna mix man to talk about bottom of squad.
Be at the foot. You can't use that.
So tell me the player who Odion Pennycook.
Yes.
At the time when the camp was called, Odion Pennycook was not playing.
Okay. There's another player that plays at Veer.
Cummins was not. Fitzroy Cummins, the captain of Veer.
Yeah, I think that's right.
You obviously were not watching the league. I guess you are just doing this now based on us doing what you call it, the team of the week, and talking about Fitzroy Cummins.
No, I know.
Hey,
no, I know.
Leader,
no, I know. Man.
Leader. Me have to mute you for the one. Because when Mount Pleasant, when the coach called that team, nobody would put Fitzroy Cummins in the team at that point. If a camp is being called up, no. I think based on his present form, he should be their leader.
Manning, okay, let me just tell you
something. See the people them who know Cummins, I tell the leader. The people them who know Cummins leader, I tell us say you don't know nothing about the youth leader. Do not do that to yourself. Not do that, man. Come on, I guess, man. Nobody guessing this.
Manning, no, I am just trying to come up with some obvious ones, you know. Right? And Manning,
you call Cummins and Pennycook at this point, leader, as obvious? Let me tell you what you could do, leader. Let me tell you.
No, hold on. Forget Cummins, you know. But let me also forget Cummins. Pennycook is not an afterthought. I've seen Pennycook for a while, right? And I think he would deserve a look. I don't know. I know he would make a final squad. But because
I'm not talking about leader. No, but leader, let me stick to this. You are saying that there are some players that you think they based on just
no,
your.
Hold on. You are saying that. I never say no other players.
Leader. Listen, Lord of mercy. Why not just listen? Just listen, leader. Leader, just listen. Just listen, please. All right? So, let me tell you this. When this team was initially called up, Unseen just told you, I'm going to beat military guna too. Me I go, so when I'm done, me I go beat military guna too. All right? Now worry yourself. When the coach called the team, it was on two premises. One, the coach called the team. Other people in the chat know this thing. The coach called the team based on the players that went to Austria. Every player that went, that was available, was called. After that, the coach looked at the other position that he had and he selected the best players in those positions at the time. If Cummins coming at the team there, Tope if he get kicked out right away because of the position there. So run with Tope one on. Because Tope and King were the two. The other player that was the best in that position at the time was Shamar, the youth for play centre back at Mount Pleasant. Who is the next centre back with the coach called? The Arnett Garden youth.
Yes.
Who was also a part of the team. So anybody who in that. So the coach is calling people who went. So when you come and say these things and call up other people's name, you must understand that he was not the best player in his position. When you exclude the people them that were in the camp, because that was the premise of the selection, brother.
Okay, hold on. Make a look at it. Hold on there. What you're saying now really just can't everything and make it look bad enough. You know why? Make a look at it. When was the Austria game? Just remind me, please.
It was not an Austria game.
The Austria thing there, right? Is Cameroon you want to say? Because the Austria game had really have a few players in that team.
Oh, God have mercy. Hey, listen. Why not, leader? The coach, there's a new coach comes to the team. The new coach comes to the team. The coach is going to select local players. Of course, the technical committee would be a part of it. The coach goes, watch this, the coach goes and the coach selects the players that were in the last camp. He said he wants to look at players. So the first pool of players would be the players who went to Austria were predominantly the players who also went to play in Cameroon. The coach had those players. All right? Bam. The coach did that. So the coach had, I don't know, say 20 players. Let's use that as a number. And he needed 4 more. 4 more positions because they were selecting 2 left backs, 2 right backs, 2 holding mid, 2 right. They were selecting 2 players everywhere. And what they did, seeing that they had some from Cameroon, they started selecting based on availability at the time the players who were the best in their position. You have to convince me that the person that you're saying should be given an opportunity at the point of the selection, excluding the 18 or so spot for the Cameroon and the Austria camp players, were better than the 6 players included. Was anyone playing better in the position that Kyle Ming was playing, that Kyle Ming should not have been selected? Was anyone playing better in the position that Kimani Campbell played, that who should have been selected? I'm not asking you who is playing some good football, no. I'm not asking you who was a better footballer in high school. I'm not asking who went to college. I'm asking in the 6th position to make up the complete squad that the coach was selecting people. Were they better than at the time? Because it was selected based on at the time. Were they doing better? And I put it to you that their teams were not in good position. The defenders, their teams were conceding goal and they were not doing better. They have been performing better. And like I said, Fitzroy Cummins is in my team of the week every week. For the last 3 weeks. He's a very good player. But at the time of the selection, what we can say is that he should be called up if the coach plans to look at some different players. He should be. We can say that. The youngster called Joel Cunningham from Arnett Garden. Man moved from left side to right side to centre back. He wasn't even a staple. He wasn't even a staple in the Arnett Gardens team. And so for us to come and call up those names, we are not really being genuine. And we can like players. Listen, I will say to you that, listen, if other players were calling a leader, I would totally understand. But the players that were called, when you look at their team position, especially defenders, Jason Wright, for example, when Jason Wright was called up, Jason Wright had scored in consecutive games from Alliance and was playing good. It was on that he was called up. If you're looking about forwards over time in the league, you'd have called Fabian Reed. Because over the league...
Always Fabian Reed.
What I'm saying, I'm talking about form, not age.
That's no way I'll call Blacks. That is age, no.
No, you're talking about age. I'm not talking about age. What I'm saying to you, if you're going to look at who was or who is the best forward in the league, you probably call up a Fabian Reed. But it was who was the forward on form to add to the ones who were already in the squad, like Trevante. Who else could we add?
Man, can I say something, please?
Go ahead, sir. Your time, and I'm silent.
Okay, let me just make it very clear. At no time did I came up with any specific names. I came with a specific scenario, and that was all that I said. Moving along now, when we are looking at the thing at even specific players, is the idea that the coach is looking at these players now, isn't it for possible inclusion as he builds his team going forward whenever he might need them? Isn't that it?
Let me give you this. Huh?
For possible inclusion at various points when he needs certain players, right? Within the next 3 years, right? He would be looking at these players. I say this now, that there are certain players, and hold on, there's one other thing too, I remember that I heard this also from the coach, that one of the things they're going to be, they have, I think, an analyst, video analyst that is here, that is to also have a look at players, see where they are now, and get a projection of where they will be within a year, 2 years down the line. And I say this, that I don't believe that any player in the JPL that is touching 29, 30 now will be of any use to the national team in another 2 years.
That's not a here nor there for me. I'm not having that discussion. I'm just
saying that. No, listen, why I'm saying that now.
I don't want to discuss that.
No, I'm just telling you. So based off of that, and I just go back.
You know what I believe? Let me tell you what I believe. None of the players who play locally, when we get to play World Cup qualifying, if they're still playing locally, can make the team. None of them.
None of them will.
So it's a wasted argument.
The only time they'll come in, but they will have matches. They will have time when overseas players drop out, that you'll have to drop
leader, listen, for any one of the centre backs, if this is 2023, campaign start 2024, 2025, if them still playing locally, them not forget no call.
I agree.
So we don't need to have the argument. A time for Richard King, lift up. And a time for Topi, lift up. A time for Busy, lift up. Well, let me say it. Unless are goalkeepers.
Man is man.
Yeah.
Them can lift up and go over to go play, and a man in a JPL play better than them.
Well, listen. Listen, Unseen.
Me not agree to that.
Unseen. Let me tell you this. If somebody, if you tell me right now, All right, you were at the game yesterday, and you saw the difference in Krista J. Daly. The point I'm trying to make, the fact that Krista J. Daly went away, not for long enough, and come back recouping from his injury. You see how the man look, everybody out a one man. Listen, it was like a Krista J. Daly show at Mount Pleasant. Am I lying?
No.
So you will have that. What I am saying is if Richard King is playing in Jamaica 2 years from now, you can't tell me that the little 17, 18-year-old and the 19-year-olds, Jamaican all over, who are playing in higher level competition are going to be playing worse than him. His development is going to be slowed down. The level of competition is not high enough locally for Richard King to go and compete against the top players in CONCACAF. It is not unseen. Him have to move.
Yeah, but that, I mean, you know what is so when Richard King, but at this moment, man, it's still not high enough. But when Richard King go and play for Jamaica, in perform. At this moment, it's not high enough. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, leader. Man is man. At this moment,
when he
it's
made
still
his
not high enough.
debut, no, man is enough. Because when Richard King made his debut, he was still very young, right? He's still growing into the league. At this stage, for him to move up and to improve, he has to move on to a higher league that will test him more, right? And I understand because if he keeps playing against these guys here, his own game is going to stagnate. It's like you know, as a high school player, every day you're training with prep school guys. After a while, when you get to go against players at another level, you just get to look lousy because you have stagnated and you have not improved, and your game is going to start to regress.
You can't say.
This is one of the things that happen. No, man. Listen, man. And let me say this: you have some guys that go away and play USL, and when you see them come back, they're terrible because the standard of the USL is that they make a money, they eat a food, but it don't help them develop the game. Yeah?
Tell me a player that went to the USL and got terrible.
So man is man.
Hold on. Sometimes if you have the conversation in context, leader, tell me a player that went to the USL and got terrible. I'm not advocating for players to go to the USL, you know, because I think Richard King can play in Europe. There are many Jamaican players all over. You don't have to go to England. England alone is not Europe. There are other places. So, but tell me the player who went to the USL and get worse. Somebody put
worse than when, no, hold on.
Yeah.
Worse than when he was here?
Well, you tell me what worse when you were talking about him get worse. You tell me worse in terms of what? You tell me. You say it first.
Okay. Man, no, I call the name.
Standard.
Pick up the man by name.
I'm not going to call nobody name. I don't like. I'm not going to kill nobody. No, listen. Look
here. Leader.
Okay, hold on. Let me tell you. There's a particular player. Hold on. Let me call a name. And I think they call it. There's a player, the youth player. He was at Excelsior High School. It's scoring a goal regularly now in the USL. But when you look at him coming back into the national team, I think he even played the last when they called him, he has racked up goals. But in this guy look ordinary.
No, so watch this. You're missing, you're losing it. You're losing the plot, leader. The player you're talking about, scores a lot of goals.
Don't call his name.
Me not call him name. He was called up to I think we can't call him name because a good player. Nico Brest play for Excelsior. Nico Brest did not get worse.
Right.
Nico Brest did not get worse.
He did not improve and where he was.
You mean say the man improve? From the man left Excelsior and then you mean say the man? You must see a madman, but Nico Brett improve.
No, hold on. I think it's older. That is a certain thing. But where your development is, no man.
No, yeah, there are two different arguments. You started out by saying there are players who go to the USL who get worse. Now you're saying to me that at the age of he
don't
should be
develop.
more advanced. That's a different
They
argument,
don't
brother.
develop them. Okay. The
Like,
USL does not develop them. Okay, hold on. I tell you. Okay, there's another player. Okay, a centre back. He's at a club. He's at a rural club. He left and went to the USL, and he came back. Let me just say this now. Overweight, chest shape, out of form.
so hold on it. If a man leave Jamaica,
National player too.
hold on it.
National player.
We know how we are.
And
Leader,
no,
leader,
now
lead,
player.
leader.
Mm.
Leader.
And I know that they are fact.
Leader. We know the player. So leader, if you go to USL and get fat, you can go MLS and get fat. That are you. You are footballer. If you go any club and get fat, are your fault.
Well, I think you
It's
can
not
say
the
this.
league.
Hold on,
It's not the league fault. Make you get fat. Are your
Tell him
fault.
as that they go
So hold on. The state player came back
Yeah,
to
tell him.
Jamaica. Hold on now. The state player came back to Jamaica and was able to get back his shape, right? Move on, and has been doing well.
No.
Has been doing fairly well at more than one club.
So leader, the player is doing better, right?
But he's back in Jamaica compared to when he was in the USL.
The player has lost weight. So in the same way the player,
yes.
Jeez and peace, but a man can interrupt people. The fact that the player could come to Jamaica and lose weight because there are other players who are in the USL that have not gained weight. You cannot blame a league for a man putting on weight, leader. You have said that a man go to the USL and put on weight. Leader, you're a big man, do better than that, no man. And then the JPL make the man get slim, leader. Because there are some other players in the JPL who are overweight. Right, Anseed?
So
hold on, what you say now? The training practices for the JPL better than USL.
Me? No, leader, I am saying to you.
I don't know if that's what you're trying to say.
No. Let me tell you what I'm trying to say. Wherever you are, your physical conditioning is 90% up to you, including your eating habits and your motivation. So I can go to the USL and have other issues going on in my life, have injuries, and therefore, I am demotivated. Right? But guess what? Out of the blues, when I'm demotivated, I come back to Jamaica, not expecting to. Me get called up to the national team because of extenuating circumstances. I mean, somehow the dream comes alive again. So I take it upon myself and I commit to working hard so that I can get in good condition. It had nothing to do with the USL as a league. Right, leader?
No.
All right. I see Duckland put a name. Duckland, right? The player that you mentioned, the player actually went to MLS and got demoted from MLS to the USL. So the player had an opportunity in the MLS and didn't make the cut and had to come down to the USL. That says a lot about the player. And maybe what we thought was high quality was average quality because we were basing it on the context of our local football comparisons. See, you know, a parrot is a big fish when they're amongst what they call the mudfish. But when the parrot is amongst the shark, it's just an ordinary size fish. The thing is that some players will look good in Jamaica, and because of that, we say they are exceptional. But when you put them against their international counterparts, you realize that they are average. Some are absolutely exceptional, but some are actually average. And some have also lost their motivation and need added motivation to improve their quality.
So, someone is one. Why don't ask Paul, why Richard King and what name the other one busy. Why they're still in Jamaica not moving on?
Then Paul are the right here, man.
About 3 or 4 years now, me and them live and can't live.
You can ask Paul, man. Him the right man. Listen.
How go on? The plane no come down yet from
hello?
Unseen is asking a question. Are you hearing him?
No, I didn't hear what he said a while ago.
All right. So the question is, Sir Paul, we're hearing that Richard King and Busy, was supposed to leave Jamaica and go into a league. All right. Remember, you can't disclose the club name or whatever. Now, my question is, when these players are going to leave and go into a better league where they can be more developed and ready for a national program?
So, why are you asking when?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to do that. And it depends on it's all everything is fixed. So all I don't have to say the but a lot of things have to be in place, and both parties have to agree on the conditions for the players to be transferred. If both parties don't agree, because a lot of people overseas want to get players basically from this land nothing, and then sell them on for tremendous profit. And we, the local clubs, get nothing. A case in point from the owner now, not just one and just basically, you have a player, I know of a player that basically was transferred for like a very small figure, and that later on, in a short period, a club was able to basically get millions. You understand? And the local club basically would have got nothing. You understand? And the state club has to also develop other players for them to do steps. And if you continue selling players away for free or for very small amount, with the local game, it will be fine. And it so makes sense. So everything has to be in place for those two players that have been at the club for some time, especially one of them have been there from years about 12 years old. You understand? So it has to be in place. There's a lot of resources that have been invested in those two players. A lot.
So, I ask Manizman a question. So Manizman, you have a player, right? But when the clubs them come to you, them not pay, them not want, them not meet your criteria for your sign the contract. 23-year-old.
They want to play for free.
He might go 26-year-old now. No, you're not getting for selling. At what point do you say, all right, then, let go this player?
Go ahead.
Well, let me just answer that. What I can say from my perspective of my club, one is like bread.
Which club is your club?
Once reach a certain age,
which club is your club? Hold on.
The bread go, no matter what.
You say my club. Which club is your club?
Anyway, I am not. Okay, we know what we're talking about.
Just a Cavaliers, man.
Let me just make it simple. Cavaliers don't keep players longer than 22 years old. They don't keep any player longer than 22, 21, 22. All players go by that age. They don't. Nobody keeps. Cavaliers is not like certain other clubs in the Portmore area that are going to keep a player till they are 22, 23 years old. They don't do that. They try to get a contract for them within a certain period when that the maximum can be gained for the player and the club. Okay? But they don't keep players for any long period. They are known to let players go once they pass 18, 19, they go at that stage. They don't hold them longer.
So unseen. Okay. If I have a player, right, that I've invested in, in terms of salary and just stuff over, say in Jamaican money, 5 million say 5 million Jamaican dollars in a 2-year period, and a club says give me him free. That is hard.
Sure.
Because I can't just give away a player. So I spend 5 million, and people are saying to me, yeah man, but give the youth a chance. So what I'd prefer is that's why I'm saying that it's very difficult to do football in Jamaica. And that is why they keep on asking me to do a team. And I say, I don't want to do it because here's how it works. Just like I was some 16 and 15-year-old. If any of those players are, say at 18, they are very good. And they say, boy, they want to go to Europe. People are going to tell me that I'm supposed to give them, allow the youth, them and then go on to Europe. But, the first thing them ask me, if they want to come play for my side unseen, just last week, they said that if me can help them with them school fee, and them parents ask them for me, send them to school, and so they can come play for my side.
So what about your...
Well, I not, Mr. Me not do it. I mean, I'm not going to do it, but Mr. Like, how much we deal with the school thing? It would cost like, for each of them, around 300,000 a year. All right? So that is just during school. So, there are other things, just school expenses, 300,000. All right? That is for one. Not a lot of money when you put it in US dollars. So, them turn 17, because that is going to increase next year. All right? And that will increase the following year. And then, say them start playing professionally, you have to start paying them. So, I'm told that when I do that, I am supposed to allow the player to go free. So here's what I decide. Make the player them turn with them, me not do no football. If they want to go to Europe, then go on them own. But me, nah, help nobody. Because me supposed to use my money and make them better so them can make money for themselves. And me not get none.
Not possible.
And that can't work.
That can't work.
So I have decided that it is better not to do the football.
But you're a coach.
And no coach, nothing more than if a youth need help, me help them.
No, me
So me help them, I don't need nothing in return. But if me go run football and invest my money for a youth, get good and excellent, and then when him get good and excellent, I'm being told that you're supposed to just give him away for free and just go find a next youth and help. Give him away for free, find a next youth and help. Find a next youth. How am I going to survive?
A puppy show business.
With the Jamaican thing, we have too many things where, and that is one I think that even with, I'm going to use to go back to, like Anagan State, and it's almost like a community health program, where that's why they don't even get to send that many players away.
You mean Fresh God said God
you
will bless
understand?
you
Act like that. Other clubs that have to basically be looking at the bottom line, right? They can't do that. But so they try to get the players out, right?
No. So here's what I do unseen. I just help. So that way, you have no attachment with football. So I don't. Little demand on me. I help when I can and where I can. No demand. So it's not up to me, because if it's investment, if I see it as investment, I'm going to want returns on my investment. And that is the issue I have. Unless I'm going to do it as a charity. So if people, basically some people, when you run the thing as a charity, the truth is, and that continues to be the problem. So I don't know how it's going to solve, but it is a problem. Do you let the players go for free? And where do you get money to build the next player? If all the players go for free. Big up Peso. You understand me? Stefan Wright says the clubs don't negotiate. What the clubs are saying is that when other clubs come in, most of them want the players for free. And they will tell you that they will give you what they call sell on clause. But what happened is that they have some other third party thing that they do that you end up don't get any sell on. Anyways.
Yeah, that is one of the problems. A lot of overseas clubs, they are in the field to make money, right? So when they get your player for nothing, right? And they do that thing, they're going to make a money. Point in field, right? Let me just make a big point in field. Nick Daly, right? Went away for free at the time. And he had yoga still on agreement at the time. He did not talk to us. This Mount Pleasant, and this is the thing I'm wondering about how this happened. Mount Pleasant, understand, had to pay to get Nick Daly. Can you confirm that money?
Leader, me not get involved. You get me not get involved. Yeah.
Man is one. Man is one. Man is one.
Yeah.
It come down to your club structure, your professionalism too, you know. How you negotiate.
Yeah.
You understand me? I say how you negotiate. Because if a man back up,
eh?
If a man negotiate with you and if I know same can have a way around him, I'm gonna use that way there.
No,
the world run.
no. Here's the problem you have. A lot of the people in Europe will tell you, I don't need that player. I can find other players cheaper. I can go into the continent of Africa. I can go in other places in Central America and find other players. I don't need your player. That they will tell you.
Why you have to try to find a way how you can sell your player?
No. So that is why my way. I found a way. And my way work good. And that me I tell the people them to follow me. My way are the best way.
What's your way?
Done with the football.
So if you done with football no play, coach not get no money.
All who want to play them to go to Europe, make them come run it.
So what you say no money? What you say no money, man? That means no work there for me then.
No. If no work there for you, no more money in my pocket.
No, more some my money we have. More some my money we have, brother.
You know what? I'd love to have a debate one day. Is that what should local clubs do when they have spent millions in player development?
Tell the American clubs them.
Should they let the players go for free, or should they hold out and negotiate for money? That's a debate we should have.
But man, they have to ask the clubs them why the overseas clubs them do this.
Huh?
Why the overseas clubs them do this? Why the European clubs them do it?
Because of Jamaica, brother. Because I am telling you, like, where the market. In other words, remember people come on the program and talk already. I talked to the scout and he said that, there are persons in the continent of Africa who will want nothing. So what happened is that the Jamaica guy may be good enough, but them say no, sir. Let's go to the continent of Africa, because we can tell those clubs that we'll give them this, and if they don't get it, it's all right. So they just go elsewhere.
So man is one. You know things say some of my clubs them are asking some money were ridiculous.
No, that me not agree with still.
So maybe that's one of the things that we're starting to lift up for the people.
Yeah, leader, listen, say JPL soon start, and management miss JPL. And guess what? I have somebody who have some critical information to share. So yeah, but careful, no leader.
You do watch along man is man.
You must be mad. Me I listen to your military, Military, big up yourself. I will beat you, But don't ramp with Hallgrimsson and him work, Me beat, When the player them come to me, then nonsense there. And if you run the player them and say, go and work hard on your game and run them.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we see we have a call coming in here. So we just Money, Bobby Green has not given up on training youth, even though he got. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. You're live on here.
Hey, how you doing, bossy?
I am doing good. Trinidad out, Jamaica out. All the A license thing don't work out.
And get an F.
Yeah. I'm.
We'll get an F.
Plenty work to do. I just listened to the current conversation and about player movement and being compensated for the players. and would like to contribute, if I could contribute to the conversation. You see, the development of a player is a process, right? So it would start in some country somewhere at some football club, and there would be investment in that player. And as that player moves to the next stage, there'd be investment in that player too. But as a business owner, as a leader, if I'm running a football club and my intention is to move players, I might be good at running the football club, but I may not be good at that particular aspect of the business. So I think it would make sense that I find somebody who is good at that, who has the contacts, and who could relate to the people that want to buy players, so that we can put the proper contract in place, so that we can be paid for our players, right? I think a lot of times you see people trying to move players and they don't understand the market specifically. They don't understand the rules that they're playing under, so they get taken advantage of. And that's a space that
Yeah, so what you
that
mean?
I understand.
Meaning if a coach may not be the best person to do that kind of negotiation because he may be good with the football side, but in terms of the business of moving players, he is not able to do that. So the club should hire somebody to work in that capacity.
Exactly, because you would not hire a plumber to do electrical work at your house, right, or at your business. You would hire a plumber to do plumbing work. So it's the same thing. The coach most likely will understand the intricacies of the business, because that's not what he does every day. So I think a lot of times we try to do it in the wrong way. There's a better way to do it, to make sure that everybody gets compensated for the work, for the investment in the player, and including the player for the work that he has done, right? Because the player is the most important asset in this whole picture.
Yeah.
Don't know if that makes sense to you.
No, yeah, absolutely. I think that is the right approach to get somebody to do it, but I just feel like there is not a lot of respect. Is that the right word for like Jamaica's football, for people to really want to invest that kind of money in it? I just feel like that is part of the problem. Like if a person, if they say, for example, so let's look at Richard King. If Cavalier says, "Hey, Richard King is valued at 100,000," why would a club not go to like the continent of Africa and possibly and find like two players? Because they may think they can do that for the same amount of money or less.
Well, and we need to work to stop that, right? Because everything has a value. I mean, how different it is from any other resource. A player is a resource, right? So, for me, at the end of the day, we have to set up a structure that people understand that they can't come in and take advantage. That when they come in, they have to be respectful and they have to do business
Yeah.
with any club in the Caribbean, just like they would do if they went to a Bolton or Arsenal or whoever. But we have to present ourselves in that way as well.
Yeah, and I think maybe when our ranking improves, then it's like the lower down in the ranking you are, it's harder for you to have that negotiating clout.
That is true, because they get disrespectful at that point.
Yeah.
We were discussing development.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're still interested in that.
I didn't hear that.
I say you were discussing development.
Yeah. But I don't know. I think I need to get something. All right, say, Andre, can we? Because I'd love for you to be on the show with me. I don't know. You stay for tomorrow, and we discuss this whole development arm of the football. So can we do something tomorrow? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll do something tomorrow because
yes, we could.
Yeah, because we're on the 4 hour mark, double the time that we're supposed to do. So I'm going to run and watch some JPL, and I start coughing right now. That means that is a sign that too much talking.
All right. We'll
Yeah,
talk tomorrow,
man.
okay?
All right then. Cool.
All right, take care.
All right, unseen.
Bye-bye.
Blessing. All right, Andre. Blessing. Thanks to everyone
Much
who watched
time.
the show. Listen, from morning to evening. You understand me? From 1 to 5, 4 hours. Non-stop. You see? People, thank you. Hit up the like button. I am Manning's man. That's Unseen Sports TV. Thanks to every single one of you. Respect all the persons who subscribe, all the persons who like, all the persons who made a comment, those who just watch. You understand me? Big up Owen. Not possible. Yeah, you understand me. So bless up on yourself, you understand me. Everybody. Enjoy the JPL game. I think Chapperton Maroons is it versus Tivoli Gardens should be a good one. I am Manning's man. This is I Am Sure Sports, and when it gets to this point, we say we are over and we are OUT. Over here.